Yes, we can! On the last time of the adventures of the Dudon Pirates! The Dudon Pirates and some associates went on Lee's fun martial arts vacation and went to the Isle of Seals to meet the first stop on the trip, the dojo of the Earth-Shattering Kick! Lee, and co. Ran into the funny trouble kids, Chaz and Adam, for the Earth-Shattering Kick dojo. Or is it Kick or? Yeah, it's Kick. Yeah, okay.
It's Kick.
Yeah, I kept saying Kick, and like I'm going, is it what? I'm like, nah, it's Kick. And I just misspoke once and fucked myself up. I accepted from the master of the dojo, Ferris, to help deal with some of the troublesome little upstarts by giving them a lesson of hard knocks, which Lee did half of and Aurora did the other half of. It was very fun.
Yes.
Yeah! Yes, we can! Episode 85! The Holiday Sisters! Get it? Because it's like Christmas time. Oh no, he's making the whole song run out because I said the joke.
What? No, I'm just setting an alarm so I remember to order food.
Dude, don't ruin the illusion.
What? I can let it repeat, it's fine.
Oh,
yeah, what the fuck are we doing?
What am I even doing?
God, what the fuck is the point?
Look at it. Yeah,
we all die one day, there's no point to any of this. Oh shit, did I delete that song? Shit.
Experience.
1 moment.
I wouldn't even play a game. I can't play anything. From Mario's.
If I get EXP from every fight, I feel like I'm being robbed.
Fucking hate. play a one. Fucking. Oh, rope. Goodness. Deprivation. Like
Oh shit, leads to Rogan style.
No, it's not. It's not real. Don't make it real. I'm not going to that dojo. No, I don't care. No, Lewin, I'm not going into the monkey style dojo where he talks about how gorillas kill people or whatever.
Lee, you just take some EMT.
I'm good, thanks, dude.
Alright, we're inside the dojo.
Inside the dojo, the child blood is still on your hands.
Right, okay, so we can basically just pick up right from where we left off with Adam being unconscious and just being tended to by Lee, and Chaz being tied up and semi-unconscious.
Cool.
As the other participants, the disciples talk amongst themselves about how cool it was to see Chaz get shit kicked in. Awesome. A lot of your companions are currently just enjoying some tea, being like, yeah, it's probably pretty expected, because Lee versus a child.
Yeah, nothing was really exciting. Yeah, Lee
nothing is on this hell of an earth.
Phase. Hell yeah. This shit's so pathetic. God, why do we even take this trip? We should just die. Yeah, we had stopped on Lee, allowing Aurora, or kind of like supervising Aurora to apply first aid to Adam. I think. So Lee would finish and give her a grade on how well she did. Or
probably like a C+, I'd say.
Nice.
Like you haven't really taught her how to do anything.
Whoa, I've given her a few lessons, but Lee gives her a thumbs up and directed her in the ways to do it, and finishes, lets her finish it up with her supervision. Then finishes doing a few squats before standing up, kind of dusting her hands off. Well, the first part's done.
Ryzen will look towards you. What do you mean, the first part?
Well, you have to break them down first. Now we gotta see what happens when they wake up. He smiles, kind of relaxed. This is where the real thought begins. Maybe they'll need a little more help from me, but I gotta see how they take this first.
I honestly don't know where the confidence came from. He seemed fairly weak.
Huh? Oh, well, I mean... Lee kind of cranes her head around the place. They're not bad in all things considered. Especially with how, well, it's not like a place like this gets too much trouble. Not everyone's flying around, or sailing around looking for the toughest opponents on the high seas, Yeah, these kids are just doing good for their time, but, well... Even a nice island feels pretty small after a while.
I just suppose I would expect something different from a New World dojo. I thought these places were supposed to be dangerous, as most of the New World is.
Oh. Hear that, Mr. Ferris? I don't think he likes your dojo much.
Ferris will look back, sipping some tea, and just laugh a bit to himself. Tell me, boy, would you like a demonstration of how dangerous this place can be? Yes.
Attaboy! Lee claps.
Well, seeing as our best student is incapacitated, I suppose I can do it myself, if you'll allow this old man a minute to adjust his back and walk into the arena.
Work.
Sure. As Horizon will just teleport into the middle of the ring.
Ah.
As many of the students will be surprised at his sudden movement.
Yeah. God, these pirates are so fucking scary.
As Ferris will walk by Lee, he'll just put a hand on her shoulder for a moment. Thank you very much for all your help.
Hey, anytime, Master. She'll give a little, or Master Ferris. She'll give a little smile and head bow. I like this kind of stuff. After all, I'm getting to see some good demonstrations from this. Call it a bit of a mixed martial arts sort of osmosis process. Besides, as a master of the open palm, I've got to display something somewhere. And I got a lot of time to catch up for.
Well, I would say because you're mastering the open palm, this leaves you such a wide berth of room. There are very few martial arts out there that are as new as it is. There's so much room for you as its second master to evolve in whatever direction you see fit. No vast history to feel confined by.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head with that, Master Ferris. Thanks.
Chaz. Chaz will just like roll on the ground and open his eyes. Yeah. Watch the fight closely, and then I'll want you to go show Lee your training spot. He'll like kind of look at him and groan. Master, that's kind of embarrassing. Can I not? Master Ferris will just smile at him before walking into the arena.
Personal training spot, huh? Lee says as she plops down, cross-legged next to him. That's pretty cool sounding.
It's nothing like that. This is where I had to do most of my training when I started.
Hey, that's a sacred place for us.
As Horizon will step into the ring and just like stab Gungnir into the ground outside the ring. What's wrong, boy? You feeling overconfident? I mean, you're a martial artist, right? Wouldn't it be appropriate for me to only use my hands? Boy, I'm a fighter. As an opponent, you're free to use whatever weapon you wish. He'll kind of look towards Lee, being like, what's like the proper... kind of with his eyes, trying to ask what the fuck's the proper etiquette.
Lee's just snickering and kind of waves a hand to say, like, you figure it out on your own today. As
or so does he yell over?
She's loving Ryzen being, like, accidentally, like, seeming like an accidental rude asshole because he's just clueless. She thinks it's really funny.
Or sort of shout over, just pick up your weapon. Alright. And so he'll just pick up Gungnir. So should I limit my devil fruit? Hi, boy. You really don't know anything, do you? Yeah? As Ferris will pause for a second at that weird response.
We will smirk a little bit and say kind of Chaz mostly, but just out loud. Ah, Ryzen. He's a real fresh breath of air. He used to think he was an asshole, but he really doesn't know better.
Seems pretty weird.
Yeah. He's like... I think he's like 17 now, but he's more like a 12-year-old.
They're like 17?
Yeah, I think so. Lee kind of counts in her head. Give or take a few.
Barely older than I am.
Yeah. You're gonna probably be feeling that a bit more if you open your eyes to places outside this island. You're not the only upstart, you know. When I was your age, well, you were probably a bit stronger than me, but I came from the South Blue, so I'm gonna say I didn't have the competition to get that high.
As Chaz is gonna grumble, as Ryzen will approach Ferris, he'll lead off with just a punch. Because he did grab his weapon, but he still doesn't exactly feel like
he's still nervous.
And as he goes to punch Ferris, Ferris will just raise his right leg at like a lightning fast speed, and just block it with his foot. As Ryzen is caught off guard by the speed, Ferris will then kind of shift Ryzen's fist away with that same foot, and then deliver a kick directly into his chest, sending him flying back. You noticed it seemed to be the same as Chaz's that he used at the end, which is the namesake of the cell, the Earth-Shattering kick. Which, it's kind of on the same basis as Fang in the way that there's no flashiness to it. It's literally just a extremely practiced, solid front kick.
Yeah, exactly. It's just about form and execution.
As Ryzen's sent back, all of the students of the dojo are wowed, thinking that their master delivered a solid kick. But you saw that in, like, a flash, Ryzen raised his left hand to block the foot. It still sent him flying, but it didn't really connect.
Yeah, he cushioned the impact. Smile a little bit.
As Ryzen will just narrow his eyes and look like, and get a bit more of a smile, figuring out this old man is not in fact, like, weak. It will go on a bit longer as Ryzen will continue to approach. We'll see Master Ferris refuse to step back or forward in one place, blocking with merely, like, movements of his foot. As Ryzen continuously does not use Gungnir, he'll eventually be forced back in a similar motion, and then take a low stance, pointing Gungnir forward with, like, lining up the tip with his index finger, like he did when he fought Lee on Drop Island.
Yeah, like a pool stick, yeah.
Yeah, he is going to flash forward, attempting to strike Ferris, who will eventually pivot on his left foot and basically spin on his, like, the tip of his left foot, and it seems like he's going significantly slower than Ryzen, but will somehow deliver a heel kick to the back of Ryzen's head, narrowly spinning out of the way of Gungnir, like, just sending Ryzen careening with his own speed and the speed of Ferris' kick, like, into the wall, where he'll crash into it, shaking the dojo.
Yeah, he'll whistle a bit. Ooh, that's nasty. As their eyes are trained on them, like, intently.
As Ryzen will, like, just work his way out of the wall, just cracking his neck a bit, holding his head, as Jazz will just look over. You're telling me he's not even down from something like that?
Huh? Oh, well, I mean, if Ryzen couldn't even take his own force being multiplied, he wouldn't have made it this far. I say, is your master just making this stuff up, or do you guys use some sort of redirection techniques also?
Part of the training is we're supposed to take. Once you're a higher level, you're supposed to be able to take on 10 people without moving from a single spot.
Ooh, he's like writing shit down.
You kind of have to be able to, you know, read things, redirect attacks in a way.
Something like that's a lot more useful against multiple opponents anyway.
Chaz, if you whisper so much, you won't be able to get the meaning behind your words. As Ryzen will step back in. Thank you. I think I'll be done here. Oh? You don't want to go any longer, boy? No. I'm sorry for what I said. It's given me some things to think on.
Embarrassment finally caught up with him.
Well, while you stay here, boy, if you wish to train with me anymore, please just say the word. I'll be happy to give you more lessons. Thank you. I'll consider it. As Ryzen will step out of the ring and just go walk outside.
Glad to see that he's getting more contemplative about these sort of things. It takes him a while for things like that to catch up with him. He moves too fast. Thanks for being patient with it, Master Ferris.
Oh, it's no problem.
Yeah, I can tell you're used to dealing with troublesome kids.
Yes, my students are quite the hassle.
Well, hey, that's what the style attracts, isn't it?
Exactly. I would say I'm actually sad to see that that boy's missing that essential feature of a combatant.
Yeah, he's too humble.
Yes.
That's what you're getting at, right?
Yes, exactly. A martial artist and fighter needs a large amount of ego to them. They need to have a degree of confidence. And when that gets tested, as he looks down at Chaz, it's a true mark if they're able to rebuild that confidence.
See, I mean, it makes sense. At the core of every style, you have to have an ideology like that. And if there's something I'd say the earth-shattering kick matches the earth-shattering kick, it'd be something like that. After all, if you're basing everything around something that's so simple, it's basically a declaration of, yeah, I can take you, right?
In a way, but it's something even more basic than that.
For example,
everyone should be proud of the skills they have, and not be shaken and only be motivated by the fact that there's someone better than them. Motivated to improve and reach and surpass the level that bested them as they are now. Knowing truly that they can reach a higher height. You know, Master, if you were just talking about me, you could just say that. See? I'm talking about a large ego.
Yeah, the kind that would make them think we're talking about him. Hey, you really are a good student, Chaz.
Now, Chaz, why didn't you go show Lee what I told you about?
Yeah, come on, buddy. Lee, like, hops to her feet really quick because she's with her light sort of weightlessness and yanks him up and rips some of the rope off.
Yeah, I guess. It's not really much to show.
Maybe to the untrained eye, this is like yours. I'll be asking for that demonstration more later, Master Ferris, and some sparring.
Oh, sure, please, come back when you want to see it. Well, in the meantime, I think I'll get ahead of you.
Asshole. Fine, you deserve it. Thanks for being so patient.
You see Aurora in the corner of your eye, just continuously bandaging up Adam too much, as Abby will walk over and just look at her.
That's fucking adorable. Sorry.
As you can walk outside.
The chipper pace following along with Chaz. Any hostility she might have displayed for him before in those moments of indignation seem to have slipped.
As he will lead you to the gates of the dojo. Alright, we have to go to the cliffs.
Ooh. Alright, lead the way.
As he will walk you over to the cliffs. I didn't make a map.
That's fine.
You'll be walking for a while. Anything you want to say as you're just silently walking with him.
Yeah, she'll be marching along for a while and go, John, you were born on this island then, yeah?
Yeah. The old man took me in real early.
No parents or anything? Or did they just let you come here for most of the time?
I had a dad, but, wasn't very reliable. He told me to come here to train, and he didn't come back.
Yeah. That's gonna be pretty rough.
Yeah, I mean, not like it really matters.
He nods a little bit, happy for him. That's a good attitude to have.
Yeah, the master's not very, shy about proclaiming that everyone is the dojo's family.
Hey, that's nice! Yeah, mine was kind of like that, too.
Yeah, I guess it is kind of, nice. Rather that than him just... Actually, I don't know what other masters are like. I assume some of them are different.
So you haven't really met any before. None come by too often?
I mean,
Or did you just ignore them?
I guess I missed them.
Well, I can give you the benefit of the doubt and say you were too focused on your, training. Latest quotation marks, thinking back to him reading his porno earlier. You think that was a coincidence, or you think you were just too far up your own ass?
I don't know. I mean...
Sorry, I really gotta stop smoking! It just spits up a hairball. It's all happening in character now, but why aren't you reacting to it?
I'll kind of pause for a moment. Well, once we get to the cliffs, you'll see it was taking up much of my time when I was a kid.
We kind of nods a little bit. Oh, speaking of kids, how about Adam?
Huh?
Is he your brother, or...?
Well, we're talking, like, for real, no. But if we're talking, like, for real, then yeah.
He kind of nods a little bit, like, yeah, that's kind of what she was wondering about.
And he's one of the youngest guys around here, and, well, he's got quite a lot of talent. Not as much as me, but he'll become the second strongest person in the dojo in time.
You know, talent isn't everything, right? It's just a starting point. If he catches up to you and surpasses you, you'll look like kind of an idiot.
Like he'll do that. I'm teaching him everything he knows.
His avalanche kick is already better than yours.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, I know. You should. You probably learned a few things. Make yours better before he catches up fully. If you turn your eye to when people surpass you, you'll never be able to catch up and make sure they stay back in second place, you know?
You always sound like an old man.
I mean, I was raised by one, so yeah, kinda.
Yeah, so was I. You don't see me talking like that.
That's the problem, isn't it? That's why I'm so much more successful.
Problem?
I didn't get this far because I ignored his advice, you know?
Okay, I told his, like, look towards you a bit more, like, hastily. I refuse to accept that your weird way of talking is why you're strong. You just train longer.
No, actually... How young were you when you started training?
I don't know, like 5?
Yeah, I started when I was, like, 13? Before that, I couldn't read or speak.
I'm sorry?
Aw, thanks, Chaz. Yeah, it was a weird situation. Don't worry about it, though. I used to be in the jungle. She kind of shrugs.
Yeah, shitty parents, huh?
Yeah, Dad, mainly.
Looks like we're here. As you just see the cliff with some rocks.
We kind of eyes dart around the place, trying to discern what might be his method here. And then she'll kind of gesture with her hand. Well, show me what you do.
And so you'll walk up. You'll notice. You'll start to notice that everything is pretty much just a cliff, but there is like a sturdy, like small, like kind of like it's like a large, but in circumference, not like height, rock on the ground that's very flat, and you can see a indignational footprints like in the middle of it.
Gotcha.
Ever since I was 5, I would stand here for 10 hours a day for years. And that was it.
That's pretty impressive.
It's the fundamentals to the earth-shattering kick. As he looks like tired having to explain this, is... It's learning how to be sturdy and, just, I don't know, how to, like, stand
Hmm.
You have to be able to stand there still for hours, not doing anything besides standing there.
That's pretty hard, honestly.
Yeah, you tell me. You told me to do that as a kid.
Yeah, exactly. Back then, wrangling me would have been impossible. I never would have been able to pick this sort of thing up.
Yeah, it wasn't until I was older I learned that not everyone has to do this.
Yeah, but not everyone could do this in the first place. Your master's right about this. Only an idiot would be told stay here for 10 hours and you'll be better.
Well, not everyone does have the skill to go through all the master's trainings.
Well, you're right about that, as much of an asshole as you are when you say it like that. But is this really all you want? I mean, how you are now.
He's just gonna like tongue his mouth with, like tongue the inside of his mouth a bit with thinking.
I mean, I'm surprised you haven't tried to leave your island. Or do you just feel like you owe your master something?
It's not him.
Ah, Adam then, yeah?
Yeah, just don't tell them that. I mean, listen, the guys around here are really weak. What would they do if I just left? Yeah, they can, like, look up to Master. But I mean, take it from me, they're not learning enough.
Yeah. Maybe. Not everyone has the same sort of aspirations you do, though. Which is kind of difficult to wrestle with a dojo with this sort of style. But you don't see Master Ferris complaining too much, do you? Sure, he seems a little hard on him, but... there might be something you're missing thinking about this. After all, if I'm right, it kind of sounds like you're struggling with your style's core philosophy here. A real master of the earth-shattering kick probably wouldn't concern themselves with that sort of thing, right?
What?
Well, think of it like this, Chaz. You're saying an example here, sure. Being that little pebble in their shoe that annoys them. But, I mean, wouldn't it make more sense to be the one to kick the gates open and set a trail? The one who goes, yeah, I'm going ahead. Catch up if you can. That sort of thing. You might be looking after them in your own way, but part of advancing and looking after people is making sure they're able to keep up with you. In a way, you're kind of forgetting about yourself here. The true style for a martial artist is always selfish, inherently. You have to understand that and grapple with it. Just because you got a kind heart doesn't mean you shouldn't be looking out for yourself. It's about finding a balance between the two.
Are there more people as strong as you out there?
Oh yeah, I'm not the strongest yet. Loon and I have only scratched the surface of these sorts of things, really. There's plenty of people who don't even make a name for themselves, devote themselves to something and get strong, and maybe die of old age without anyone noticing. You have to go looking for them sometimes. And there's another bunch that are just a bunch of shit kickers out there. And only putting yourself around martial artists is also going about it the wrong way. You can't be a true martial artist if you haven't been able to beat those devil fruit users, swordsmen, stuff like that.
You're like talking about pirates, right?
Yeah. After all. Being a pirate's the best thing, besides being a martial artist.
Yeah. Wait, you a pirate?
Oh, yeah, right! You're an idiot! Lee kind of fiddles around in her bag. Sorry, I forgot. Oh, yeah, here. Still have one of these. She'll toss him over her bounty poster rolled up.
Sure, Leo. Yeah, I guess that fits. You're kind of like a demon.
That's more like the devil fruit part.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1 billion?
He kind of gives a peace sign with a smug smile. That's me. The captain's got a bit more than me, though. I'm working on catching up.
Wait, you're not the captain and you're this strong?
No, I'm just the vice captain. Doctor, mainly. But I'm not even the second strongest on the crew, I think. That'd probably be Van still. But
what kind of monster is your captain?
Ah, she's great. He chuckles a little bit to herself.
She?
Hmm? You're that surprised by that?
No.
Yeah, good answer, Chaz. We'll kind of snatch the bounty back and roll it back up into her bag. But we're not even some of the strongest on the seas, you know.
Yeah, I mean, not like a warlord, right?
Yeah, not like Lou.
You like the green-haired guy?
Yeah, the guy fighting your master right now. He's a warlord.
He's a warlord?
Yeah. The adept?
Shit. Oh, fuck, wait, that guy's the adept?
Yeah, me and him have been training for a while.
Wait, does he actually know the Formless style?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Kind of an asshole, though.
Think he'll teach it to me?
You can't learn it. Don't worry, it's not as cool as it sounds. I mean, yeah, it's pretty cool, but you could still kick his ass without it. I've done it. We're at like 40-60 right now. I'm catching up.
Yeah, right. You're as strong as a warlord. I heard they're the strongest pirates there are.
Nah, those are the Yonko.
Well, yeah, besides that.
Yeah, but I mean, like, we'll catch up one day.
So, like, I don't like you saying I don't fit my style.
Well, like I said, I feel like you're limiting yourself.
Or, like, staying here.
Right. You're looking out for people, and that's a good thing, but you're doing it in the wrong way. Not everyone who you need to look out for should be protected, you know, Chaz. Don't worry, it's something I had to struggle with, too. Sometimes you have to trust they'll do fine as long as you set an example for them.
I'm not, like, protecting them.
You just said you're looking out for them by sticking around here before.
Yeah, being like an example, like showing them, you know, you can't even beat me. What's the point?
Well, if you're not willing to admit to yourself, it's fine. I understood what you meant. Now you have to set a further example, Chaz.
Yeah, thanks, Granny.
No problem, asshole.
So what? I should just leave?
Yeah, I think it'd be a good idea. You and Adam, probably.
He's a kid.
Yeah, and he's almost as strong as you are already. It'd be good for him.
None of us even know how to sail.
Yeah, that'd be pretty bad. Well, I did say I'd help your master out with this, so you guys could just come with us. We're at the start of the tour, after all. If it goes bad, we can just drop you off after it. If it's fine, well, our island's pretty close, so wouldn't be the worst place for you to learn a few things.
Wait, your island's close. You live nearby? How have I never heard of you?
Well, I think you're a special case, Chaz.
Well, I am pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. He kind of nods, flinching a little bit at his unerring confidence that bounces back at the best moments. Yeah, you know, you might be what Nicholas needs, after all.
Yeah, you see.
Oh, a kid your age. Martial artist.
Yeah, I could show him a thing or two.
Yeah, I think so. He could really use some of your attitude, I'd say.
I mean, a lot of people could, from what I've heard. I mean, didn't you just hear Master before?
Huh? He looks bewildered. How he... What do you mean?
Wait. Didn't Master just say that, you know, everyone has to have a good amount of ego?
Oh, man. You're great, Chaz. Lee just kind of snickers to herself. You're something else, aren't you?
Alright, Crane. So you want me to, like, go with you and then see things?
Well, yeah, I promised your master I'd help out with you two.
You like just met him. Doesn't that sound kind of weird?
Hmm? Well, no, not really. Lee kind of blinks a little confused. We're both martial artists. This sort of thing's a learning experience. I'm not gonna pass off stealing his best two students to learn from them. If I have to teach him a few things, that doesn't hurt me either.
Alright. You're really weird.
Jesus Christ. If you think I'm weird, you're never gonna make it that far. I just have the mindset of a martial artist. You should learn a thing or two.
Yeah, that's the point of this all, isn't it?
Yeah, you're getting it. Good work, Chaz.
Listen, just like give me a second. I'll meet you back at the dojo. I'll explain to Adam because he'd never say yes unless I told him.
Ah, yeah, okay, sure. Lee nods slowly, a little bit. I'll take as much time as you need here. Lee will pat him on the shoulder. Oh, but don't expect this to be all easy and stuff. I'm gonna make you guys work during this, alright? Want you to learn a thing or two, right?
Alright.
You should be thanking me. I'm the master of the open palm, after all.
Oh shit, you're the master of the open palm? I thought he died.
Yeah, he trained me before he did, though.
That's probably pretty good. I mean, it'd be kind of a shame if it ended so soon.
Yeah, I'll say. He nods kind of fondly for a second at his honest sort of relief. I'll make sure to teach you as much as I can. Now, say goodbye to your rock and everything, Chaz.
Not what I'm doing.
I did the same thing when I left my island, don't worry. Later!
As he can walk off. Once he's sure you're gone, you can just be like, pass through the trees.
I have observation hockey, yeah.
He's just gonna step into the footprints on his rock and just look out at the water for a while.
What a nice young man. Lee likes him because he's so honest, even if he is obnoxious. Smiles fondly as she walks off. Back to the dojo. Nice young man. You're a pirate? Yeah.
He's pirate?
Yeah. Adam,
fuck?
can I learn that? Nah. No. Don't have to.
No, I can't even learn that, and I'm based.
No, if I can't learn it, you definitely can. Don't worry, it's not that cool. I mean, it's pretty cool. It's coping, but...
As you walk back to the dojo, you'll see just, Ryzen just hanging out, like, in the courtyard, just seemingly just looking out at the sky a bit.
Yeah. Later we'll stop next to him and smile. Hey, buddy!
Hey.
How's the self-reflection going?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's a tricky place to start always when you have no legs for it. He'll say as she sits down next to him.
I'm stronger than that old man.
Probably. In the long term.
If I fought him right now, and used everything I knew. I could beat him, but it's like he knew I wouldn't do that. I don't know how to describe it. I'm stronger than him, but I'm not.
Well, it's wisdom, mainly. When you know so much more than someone, you can, well, really make them feel like they haven't figured anything out. Brute force isn't enough for everything, after all. I don't think I'm the first one to have to tell you something like that. To you, or for you, or for someone like him, you're like an open book, you know?
Yes, that's what Foley said.
Ah, yeah. Trouble is, it's not just old guys for you, it's probably a lot of people, huh?
I mean, you seem to be able to read what I was gonna do.
Yeah, exactly. And
I don't think you're an old man.
Despite what a lot of people say, no, not really. He kind of smiles jokingly. Well, I can't say it's a bad thing that you're so honest with your intentions. But, well, after all, what I promised is we need to figure out more for you on this trip. Not just physically, with how you're able to use your lightning in it. Those sort of muscle memory, intentions that your body should do naturally, things like that. That's probably what you're lacking. A better connection with your brain.
I do have a lack of kicking in my fighting.
He kind of snorts as that's what he takes from it, and she'll blink for a few... She'll blink at him and kind of sigh. That's,
I was joking.
Good. I wouldn't know where to start if you weren't. He lets out a relieved little sigh. See, that's a good sign that you make a joke like that. Good work.
So it did make me think that I might want to try some of those moves in a sense. As you'll see him just like kind of kick forward, but it will make like a loud thunder crack when he kicks.
He will smirk happily up at him as he's like showing that off. Ah, all right, that's definitely a good sign then. Before you used to just do everything efficiently. Experimenting like this means you're opening your mind a bit more.
Yes, I was thinking the loud noise would distract the opponent when I attack.
The nuts. Certainly, setting them off balance is the most useful thing for your speed, after all. Currently, as if you moved as fast as you did, well, someone who's got enough perception would be able to figure out what you're going to do every time, even if you were moving in a blink of an eye, if you were just going to end up doing the same thing.
I can't rely on my speed to beat every opponent. And my power is simple.
You have to figure out how to mix things into them now. Diversify those two. And not be afraid to use them also.
I think I'll enjoy this trip.
Leo kind of blew into a nice little smile. Oh yeah, definitely! I mean, these are what martial arts masters are like. They get into your brain and make you start thinking about things. Even if you win, lose, don't even get to either of those things. They always have something great to say. And you can steal all of it.
I'll just nod. I'm going to stay out here and practice this for a little longer.
Cool,
I want to show that old man this before we leave.
Attaboy, Lil says she hops up and tussles his hair. That's the spirit. Good thinking, Ryzen.
As you can walk back into dojo.
He smiles and she heads back in. He's thinking, bros. She's so happy to see it. He's made so much progress. My boy. I want to kick that old man's ass. I want to prove him I'm not so simple. Good. As Lee's agreeing, like, yeah, I also want to do the earth-shattering kick more. I love kicks. It used to be Miss.
Okay, you're gonna walk into a pretty peculiar scene.
Yeah.
So, on one side, you have Lewin and Ferris sparring with a lot of martial artists watching. On the other side, you have some of the people enjoying some tea, kind of relaxing, enjoying the atmosphere. Then you have Aurora, who seems to have upped her game and taped Adam to the wall with bandages. And is now kind of just ignoring the fact that she was trying to help him, and is now just enjoying herself.
There's so much.
Where it's like, she saw him getting, like, bandaged up more and more, and started being like, I could, like, stick him to the wall.
Aurora has realized how funny bandages can be. Wait a minute. This can get so much better. He's gonna stare at that for a second too long. And kind of just pause. Not really expecting this to have been the way things would go. And she'll make her way over and go, you know, I think he's pretty secure.
Yeah, I'll take him down.
No, you can wait till he wakes up at least. It's fine. You don't want to miss the reaction, right?
Roar looks at his face, it's completely bandaged up.
Let's, Lee hurriedly kind of rips those off for her.
Take him down when he wakes up.
Yeah, exactly. You earned it. She'll pat her on the head. One thing though. This kid and Chaz are probably going to be joining us for the rest of the trip.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Well, I said Master Ferris I was going to look after them and fix his problem for him, so I figured this would be a good way to do it.
Roar kind of like furrow her brow a bit. So he's going to be joining the classes?
Yeah, I think so.
But Mr. McGuffey's back home.
Yeah, so, I mean... Knowing these two, I think once they see a side of the world, they're gonna want to stick around with us for a while.
I don't mind Adam, but the other guy seems a bit hopeless, right? I mean, he's a bit stupid.
He is stupid, but, well... He's a lot more... Lee thinks about how to explain this to Aurora, as she kind of taps her chin for her own chin for a few seconds. He just doesn't know any better yet. I think he can learn things. He reacts to them well enough. He just hasn't seen the outside world yet. Remember, you probably didn't know a lot back then also. We have to give a guy like that a second chance. He has a good side to him. Even if it's buried under a lot of not-so-good sides.
Alright, if you think so.
Besides, I gotta mind him for all the martial arts techniques he knows.
Roar will nod.
Atta girl, says. She'll pat her on the head again. And if they give you any trouble, just tell me, okay?
Alright.
And if you think you can handle it yourself, feel free to punch at him if he says anything mean. Remember, you're allowed to stand up for yourself.
Right. I'll make sure to do what Ivy said.
Yeah, that's the spirit. Chuckles and smiles. Oh. Head over to go see how the sparring's going.
As you walk away, Adam will open his eyes and Aurora will smile. I think his fears only increased.
Oh no.
She will then, as he's wiggling, attempt to start unwrapping him a bit.
Good. That's good. Let him down.
As Lewin and Ferris continuously train, with Lewin seemingly using a lot of techniques that you just saw.
Yeah, of course.
As Ferris seems very interested in seeing just what Lewin can copy. And after a while, they will finish their sparring for a bit, as people will start to break a bit. And you see certain people enter the arena, like Damien will get in the ring versus some of the students, just like, you know, because some of the students are now excitedly being like, we want to see what, like, fucking foreigners fight like.
Yeah. Damien gets in, pulls out smoke bombs, and they're like, Don't worry, it's just an illusion, as Damien fades away.
Nah, he's just gonna use fucking,
Omen. Jesus, Blake! What happened to you? This was funny, like, twice. Now I'm just concerned. Blake.
I just refuse to drink some water after the first 2 times.
What the fuck, Blake? Jesus.
I'm fine.
You'd be on fire and not know to put yourself out. You're the worst at this shit.
Take too much time.
I didn't think it was a serious issue. Christ.
That's the way it is.
No.
Nothing you can do.
Can't be helped. That's like,
yeah, can't. Let him finish.
Let him finish. Let him poof.
Okay, so, we have now entered free space.
Yeah.
Or it's basically you can talk to people, enjoy yourself, and then when you say you're done, you're done. I assume you still want to get an explanation of the style from Ferris.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. You'll make your way over to Master Ferris at one point. Smirk a little. So, Lou's pretty annoying to fight, ain't he?
In all my years, I've never seen any martial artist like him.
No, right? The problem is whenever you say that, or say it even near him, he looks like he heard it. Pisses me off every time.
That boy does possess, well, the ego I was talking about.
Right?
But seems to be forged in a life of combat. Not undeserved. He's truly a generational talent.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I'm lucky to be able to train with him. I wouldn't complain about that. Still, it's a real thorn in your side when you see how he's able to pick things up sometimes. Guess it's all about figuring out something he can't master.
I'm lucky in the twilight of my life to be able to witness so many young, promising martial artists. It almost reminds me of the old days.
Aw, shucks. Thanks, Master Ferris. Yeah, those golden years sounded like a real trip. I heard a lot about him from Master and Gramps.
Yes. What a fascinating and flashy time it was. Fang Blanks losing every duel he had. Only to go on to become the greatest of us all.
You know, he really tried to undersell how much he lost for a while. I thought he sounded like a sore loser, but the first couple times I heard it, but well, I guess that's what a guy like that acts like.
There's much to learn from Master Blanks. He's taken all of the numerous losses he had in his youth and forged an entirely new direction for himself. And to see his dedication towards Master, it's not something I could give to many others.
Oh yeah! I mean, the first time I saw him really use, like, one of his simple punches, I mean, it was like seeing a work of art or something, right? It's just like, you have to be able to, like, not listen to him while you're trying to learn from him. God, he's a terrible teacher. Great reference piece, though.
I can assure you, he was a terrible storyteller when he was younger.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I remember many times us describing our separate duels to each other for references, and sadly he'd never give me anything useful. He'd merely tell them, tell me that they were very strong and could hit very hard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He'd use other words too, but none that made sense.
Right? It's so weird. He really is just on a different existence than us. Terrible at cards, too.
Yes. I am happy to see that you've... Well... If I had to guess, I'd say your life has been filled with... rage, or at least a... burning passion, in a sense, correct?
Yeah. Like, kind of pats the back of her head a few times and chuckles self-consciously. Yeah, it was the weird demon eyes that give it away, huh?
More so your wisdom, the experience you give off. It's much like Master Chuck's was, after years of, well, a similar level of passion to him.
Clucks her tongue a little bit. And I still can't really wrap my head around that. I believe you, Master Ferris. A couple of people told me about it, and I've done my best to research it since. It's just so funny to imagine the old guy like that back then.
Yes, I was telling your companion Forrest about it earlier while you were instructing Chaz. It's... Well, I can see a lot of him in you, in the way you've developed, in the way you carry yourself.
Blushes with pride. Thanks, Master Ferris. I mean, that means the world to me. Honestly.
It must really speak to his teachings towards you that even at such a young age, you've developed this kind of cool temperament and ability to look at things more objectively.
He nods kind of deeply with like a nice kind of far-off look on her face as she's contemplating a few things and then smiles softly. I'll say, he left me with a million different lessons. A lot I didn't understand, but all of them stuck. Over the years, I've been unraveling them more and more, realizing how much he left for me. He was a great teacher. The best, honestly.
And it seems like he picked some fine students.
Shucks, thanks. Well, Forrest and I are gonna do our best after all.
Yes. There are... Honestly, it's almost an amazement to see a brand new martial art based on nothing but an individual's passion for their own dedication and strength to form so concretely, so quickly.
It's just the kind of man he was.
Truly. And to see him pick a student, the first student of his, to come forward in such a similar manner, showing such reverence towards his own style without a nonsensical dedication to all facets of it. It's, well, I would say it's a blessing.
I hope so, Lee says, smiling, a little bit nodding. Thanks, Master Ferris. I really appreciate it.
Well, I would say more than just some hollow words. I should give you a demonstration firsthand to repay you for what you've done so far.
Oh yeah, definitely, because I'm definitely taking the full strokes to help your kids out. I kind of poached both of them.
Please, tell me. I feel you've already done quite enough to thank you in this way. What else did you have in mind?
Oh, yeah, I mean, I figured they could use a little more worldly experience. We're hitting a few more dojos, after all, so I was gonna take them with us for now. If you don't mind, of course.
Looks like he's thinking. No. I think that would be a good idea, and, well, I did say you were free to rough them up. I was mostly speaking within these walls. Now you are free to do as you wish, you and your companions.
Yeah, we are pirates after all.
I have read about your exploits. It's quite enlightening to see such chaos bestowed in the world, and then you come here with such a, well, cool manner. It's hard to believe the same girl speaking with me now is the one that declared war on the world.
Well, this is my vacation. I'm not on the clock right now.
I ask that you, please, don't let my students fall into anything too harrowing on your trip.
Yeah. We'll keep them out of that sort of stuff after all. Our island we're making back home and everything. It's not just gonna be a haven for pirates after all. I've got lots of plans for it, and this trip's mainly just about, well, relaxation after all. I'll make sure they don't get into anything too crazy, okay, Master Ferris? I just want to follow up on my promise to help you out with it.
Well, that's all I can ask. And considering who they'll be traveling with, I do not have any true fear for them. Only I hope that they'll gain something by this.
Oh, yeah. I'll impart a few lessons.
Where is your home located?
Oh, it simply says coordinates-wise. It's actually really close.
You mean that abandoned island with the mountain and all of those crazy creatures?
Maybe abandoned a year or two ago. Place is a town and everything already.
Well, it does give me some comfort to know even if they do leave, they'll only be so far.
Definitely.
Well, seeing as how you're going so out of your way, even beyond my expectations, I'll be sure to show you everything I can and answer any questions you have.
Thanks, Master Ferris. I appreciate it. And don't feel too bad about this sort of thing. I'm gonna get a lot out of having your two best students along after all.
As you can approach the dojo mat, you can see Damien just like continuously like the students will approach him trying to do kicks and he'll just be flipping them over himself as like they're like to land. And he'll just continuously do that over and over again as he's basically just being like, okay, that was a little better than the other ones.
I love the style.
So he'll step out of the ring and you can step in with Ferris.
Donkey Kong ass.
Now we will do coffee facts with Ferris.
Let me explain.
As I will explain the basics of the earth-shattering kick.
Thank you.
So, the style has two fundamental ways of classifying its techniques. Frontal techniques that utilize the sole of the foot. These would also encompass any defensive techniques, like the ones he showed against Horizon, where he's blocking
the
attack.
Yeah, like blocking, parrying kicks.
Yeah, it also includes like just frontal kicks, like basically kicks that just encompass the whole foot and like are more simple but more powerful.
Yeah.
And the second classification of techniques are more crushing techniques that utilize either the tip or the heel to deliver faster and precise blows. Not as much meant to damage a large section, but more like heavy kicks that disorientate an opponent.
Yeah, it's like the avalanche or the spin one he did to like throw Ryzen, the avalanche kick. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kicks mainly focused on the heel or the tip of the foot to like attack a very specific area with a goal in mind. Instead of damaging, it's more like you're doing this for a purpose to try and like change how the battle is going.
Yeah, it's like doing a fucking punch to the chin or something, or like one of those
karate,
stabs. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah. So you've already seen the avalanche kick,
so
which
like,
is
you know, the Curry style scraping earth.
Curry, open palm style cope.
Oh, listen, as lame as it is to finish
earlier.
Listen, as fuck you, as lame as the literally finishing with a leg kick to trip someone is, I still love that style of kick. It probably just shouldn't have been the end of the fight, like big finale. I love scraping earth as a idea, but not the last idea.
And as Ferris will explain to you, the fundamental to the earth-shattering kick is the ability to stand strong and firm. Basically be, like, almost unmovable in the way that you have such control over just the body movements from your feet up that, like, you could stand in any position on your feet and feel like you have a solid grasp on your footing and, like, body weight.
So based.
Now, Lee has a lot of an advantage in this in your weightlessness, in that you already feel like you can basically balance in most positions because you just don't have to focus so much on it. This is slightly different in the way that it's trying to basically visualize the weight of the body to make you a solid foundation. Like,
yeah, it's a mentality thing also.
Yeah, it's like rooting you into the ground.
Yeah, exactly.
So when you are striking someone, it's like you're hitting them with like an oak tree that's coming loose from the ground.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah. Cool. That's based. That's why it's earth-shattering, using the force of the earth. The kicks.
Wow, fucking clever.
Kicks aren't just coming from the body. They're coming from the fact that the body's immovable. Being the immovable object and the unstoppable force. I get it, Master Ferris.
As he will nod. So that is the lesson.
Based.
Hope you like my TED Talk.
I did! I find this is really fun!
Anything else?
No, we can just imagine them having done the sparring shit as Lee is slowly learning this from him the whole time. And
you guys
Lee is
can
demonstrating the open palm also.
You guys can enjoy the island, the dojo, for a couple days. Getting some seal merchandise.
Awesome. A seal hoodie. How's Adam feel about this?
I will cut over here as you're sparring to show them talking after Aurora finally lets him down.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, you can be free now. It was funny.
I shall let him down. He'll just like kind of rip off some of the bandages, except the ones that are actually applied by Lee. And he'll look towards you. I'm sorry about that. No, it's fine. I'm sorry again for what I said. Huh? As Aurora kind of look at him confused. I thought I already told you that's okay. Yeah. Alright. As Chaz will walk in with a newfound determination. Yo, Adam! Short stuff. As he'll look towards Adam. Hey, so we're gonna be going on some type of boating trip with all of them. Pack your bags. What? Yeah, we're like leaving whenever they are, which I don't know is when. I gotta go pack. So, yeah. Be ready in 10. We're just leaving? Where are we going? I don't know.
Awesome. Be ready in 10.
We're going around to different islands, learning martial arts from dojos. I've never been off this island before. Oh, I can show you what it's like to be on a boat. I've sailed around. Okay. Lee says it will be a lot of... Oh, sorry, she wouldn't say Lee. Mom says it will be a lot of fun, so... I think you'll like it. Yeah. Yeah, I should go pack. As he looks at Chaz just to walk away. As Aurora will nod before going up to the stage as Adam runs off to pack. Not sure that it actually has a few days.
Yeah. Oh god, bro said 10! I have to leave my life in 10 seconds! Or 10 minutes, fuck! Who the fuck is her mom?
As after that, you can give your goodbyes to Master Ferris and the other students.
Thank you, based old man. See you, Chucky, Reynold, Wolf, those are the other students.
Nice. As you can take your kids and get on the boat.
Where kids?
So you say goodbye to the island.
Sir.
Its inhabitants. Let's get on the high seas.
Woo! What?
Next stop, Redlight.
Yeah. Going on a martial arts trip, except for the next part.
So I don't have to show you, but I can describe. Chaz doesn't have very good sea legs.
It's true. Lee's first introduction is taking the two of them and giving them mats to do their standing practice on, but it's on the sea.
Adam seems to be doing that fairly well. Chaz is vomiting off the side of the boat.
Yeah. He's harassing him the whole time about it.
Aurora is helping Adam acclimate as the experienced sailor she is.
Exactly.
And also giving him medical advice on how to not get an upset stomach. It doesn't... I mean, she like read a book you gave her. Yeah, she makes sure he has plenty of fucking vitamin C so he doesn't get scurvy. But she seems to be helping him out. Happy to have another kid on the ship to hang out with.
Yeah. Even if he was a piece of shit at first. She took Lee's advice genuinely. Once you hit him and set him right, and he apologized, she's like, Ivy was right.
It just pushes him against the wall, like alone. I'm getting fucking ideas, little asshole.
Don't fuck with me. Fucking kill you. I'm a pirate.
You're friends. You are friends, Adam.
Friends.
This seems kind of weird based on how sexually promiscuous you are.
Shut up. Stop being horny.
I'm like 13.
You, Blake. Not him.
What?
Oh. Lee looks at the camera.
Noah saying that to me? What the fuck?
Lee looks at the camera. Don't think about this, freak.
Gosh, Adam. It's like female martial artists out there, and we're gonna go meet them.
Yeah, Chaz, I know. Why'd no one tell me?
What the fuck do you... Where are we going next? Oh shit, I want to go into that dojo, point to Mary's club.
We're not. It's... No. No, this is part of your mental training to resist it.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Okay, Lee, on the boat, you will be, when just hanging out one day, Lulu is gonna come up to you.
Cool, awesome, good.
Hey.
What's up, Lou? How you doing?
So, that was pretty wise of you, to ingratiate yourself to those kids. I mean, not everyone can pull off the old master act.
What can I say? It's starting to come more and more naturally the longer I'm doing this, honestly.
But, if you want to look more wise, I have something to give you.
Lee raises an eyebrow suspiciously.
Someone was too embarrassed to give this to you yourself when he finished it.
Really?
She'll pull out a box and hand it to you. It's a very, very nice box.
Cool. Take it and open it.
Inside, you see a silver custom-made pocket watch that has your initials engraved on it, and a picture of a rising sun, on the opening.
That's so based. Aww. He just says as she looks at it.
I mean, trust me, he was talking to me all the time about how cool you thought it was when you guys were out hunting before. So he was like, okay, he spent a lot of time making that one. He wanted to make one even better than the one he has.
Grins and blushes. That's so nice of it. That asshole.
I know, make sure to tell
it to me.
Make sure to tell him. Oh, he said he wasn't done, so I just swiped it from him before he left.
He snorts.
Trust me, it's done. It hasn't been... He's been putting the finishing touches, she says with quotes,
He's been putting it off for a while, huh?
Oh yeah, like ever since he was gonna give it to you before you left.
This is the one kind of thing he gets cold feet on.
He wants to make sure it's just right, because, you know, everything has to be.
He sparks fondly as she's staring at it, filled with joy and compassion.
That's why I'm here, to make him not have to be so stupid.
And bless you for that, Lulu. Lee smiles and gives her a hug.
Now when you face off against someone like the kid, you can just time yourself. How long does it take you to reform them?
Oh, I can't wait to be able to do that. Oh, should I do the voice? I don't want to take it from him, but when he's not around,
what?
I mean.
Of course you have to do the voice.
Yeah, exactly.
Come on. I would be ashamed if you didn't do that. Yeah, want to do it for me right now? Come on, just stand over there, look at me real serious like I say.
I'm just gonna take a little space and kind of straighten up, trying to get in the right and do like a rigid face. Oh yeah. What was his exact thing he always said? Sorry, hold on. What was his exact quote, Blake? I know I keep thinking the hourglass means your time is up in my head because I have brain rot.
He'd click the pocket watch and I forget exactly what I'd say, but I do know one of the things he'd say is you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, exactly.
It down.
Yeah. Alright, Lee's gonna kind of go firm and go, you have 5 minutes. Click it. Like a scowl on her face, and then break into a snicker.
Nice.
How does he do it? It's so hard.
He's super into it. It's really adorable.
I know, it's just... I mean, I'm into it, but...
Listen, practice makes perfect, and he's been
doing
it forever.
You're right. I need to practice.
Oh, trust me. I was there when he was still a bounty hunter, and he was trying to catch Lewin, and he did that, and Lewin couldn't keep a straight face.
Yeah. This is so sweet.
It's just so cute.
Yeah. You're a lucky gal, Lulu.
I know. I mean, listen, Lee, you're a part of the crew, a part of the family. Of course you had to have something like this.
Thanks. I mean it. Man, I can't wait to embarrass him with this.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, make sure to thank him personally, publicly.
Of course, it's the least I could do for making sure you making sure I actually got this thing before he died of old age.
It's very important.
Damn straight.
We can fade on there as you're admiring all of the craftsmanship that went into this gift.
God, what a nice guy. That's Baze. It's fucking awesome. Hell yeah. Thank you.
It worked out funnier because it's actually gonna have him. I wrote down to have him give it to you before you leave, for this trip.
Yeah.
But I actually forgot.
Awesome.
So I think this works out in a funnier fashion.
Oh yeah, this is pretty fucking funny. How jokes are made.
Anything you want to do on the boat before you get to Redlight Island?
Let me just... Nah, I think I'm okay. I think I'm good.
Alright. Yeah, I mean, there's two ways to go about it. You can always just... I assume you want to talk to Aurora, but you can do that when you actually, see the island.
Yeah, exactly. Lee spends a lot of her time still relaxing, but she's giving attention to the two boys and throwing them through the ringer on some training exercises, like that balancing thing on the high seas, just to adjust them to it.
Just little bitch that you let Adam, after a while, walk around while he has to still stay still.
Yeah, exactly. They will just kind of... Lee's just always sat there, teaching Aurora medical stuff while she's watching after them and just waving and be like, huh? No, Chaz, you're just getting into more training. Don't worry about it. You just can't handle it as much as you.
As you can't Uh, as you are hanging out with Aurora and Blair, the sky will start to darken as you get near the night island of Redlight. It is technically daytime, so it's not as night as it normally is.
Yeah.
You know, you want to arrive at day.
Yeah, exactly.
When it's still dark.
It's a natural phenomenon, Lee, as she relays to both of them. It's a new world. It's how these things work.
Where is it? Order's been what?
Blair and Aurora look over and see neon lights and become overly stimulated.
It's like they're getting seizures.
Is it? Right.
If you will hear the familiar tunes of the
part.
island you once so abandoned.
Once abandoned. What
you will come upon.
Yeah, go ahead.
You will come upon the dazzling lights of Redlight Island as you start to sail closer to it. As Blair will kind of squint her eyes. That's where this woman lives.
Oh yeah, I mean she's a performer. It's you know, kind of in famous things. Never sees the sun here.
Aurora look at the island seriously. So she's somewhere in there.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry, I know where she is. It's not hard to find her. Though the place is pretty hard to navigate otherwise.
Blair will kind of like squint her eyes even more. I feel like it's hard to even look at this place.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of point of it. In there, it's like a neon jungle or something. Signs everywhere, people want you to buy, come to their clubs, things like that. Be sure not to get pulled into any place you don't want to go, Blair. Just stay close to us, okay? It overwhelmed me the first time, don't worry.
Aurora will look towards her. Yeah, we can get through it together. As Blair will look at her and put like a hand on her head. I'm not gonna go anywhere, so we can tackle this place as a group.
Smiles fondly at them as Aurora's helping her. As Aurora's helping Blair.
On the other side of the boat, Chaz will run up and just look over the side. Oh shit. This place looks awesome. So how long are we staying here?
Well, we got some time to be able to spend here. This one's more of a special visit. No dojo here.
As Forrest is gonna walk up and put a hand on Chaz's shoulder. You're gonna stick with me.
Yep.
You too, kid. As he looks towards Adam.
He smirks over.
Yeah, where are we going? To get something to eat.
Yeah, exactly.
Down below on the bottom of the inside the ship. What?
You guys heard me, right? There's no dojo here, which means you're gonna have to find your training here.
You're kidding me, right?
First test. Have fun.
As everyone can get off the boat besides Chaz and Adam and Forrest.
Based. Dude, thanks, Forrest. Take care today.
You can take it.
Based. I'd get killed if I went by myself.
Yeah, Lee, tell her
Angelina would.
Lee, tell her I didn't step on the island.
Angelina would fucking be really mad if I did. Even if nothing happened. I'd get my dick stepped on. Oh my fucking idiot.
As you step on the island, you'll see Damien, Horizon, and Haley all kind of look around. As Haley will kind of look towards them. Hey, you guys ever been here? No. As Damien kind of looks at the flashing lights, Horizon will nod no. This place is great. Really fits their style.
Oh yeah, they made their house a home here.
Yeah, I'm seeing that. As Damien like squints a bit more at like the fucking like women's signs. Really does fit.
Oh yeah, I mean, from the idea, it's not like the Holidays are the only or it's not like Mary and her crew are the only performers here. After all, built a little haven for people like themselves. It's nice once you're able to, you know, like tune some of the noises out, Lee shouts. Not that I've figured out how to do that yet.
As it doesn't seem like the streets is populated since it's daytime.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are sleeping.
Just imagine how much worse... Of course, this is when people sleep here. Imagine how much louder it gets once night, though.
Yeah, it seems... Wait, it gets louder?
Oh, yeah. I think people sleep during the day here. It's party time at night.
Oh, this is... As Jean will look around in amazement. So it gets better than this.
Yeah. These people really know how to live it up.
As you see, Luan and Lulu are wearing, like, hoods that kind of obscure them a bit.
Yeah, good call.
This place is a bit more public, so I think I'm gonna try and stay on the down low.
Hey, yeah, good call. And
I don't think Funny Seal Island is much of a place that we recognize as easily.
Hey, at worst, if you do, just say it's like other Warlord business or something. Lee shrugs.
Yeah, well, trust me, I got a ton of backup plans.
Yeah, I bet.
As Abby recoils, I just go back.
No, Abby. You have to come on the island. Why are you throwing a fit? This is like one of the best places. It's not like we're gonna get any fights or anything.
But it still doesn't seem as Abby will jump as she'll feel something poke her on the shoulder and look, and nothing will be there as another poke will happen from a disembodied hand.
Perfect.
And she'll jump back and fall on the ground in fright as the hand will wave and leave.
We will give an excited wave. Yo, hey Colette!
As the hand will come flying, Colette will walk down the street. Hello!
This
So you finally made it back.
Yeah, we finally solved all our actual business. God, this has been a long time coming. He says as she walks up to her and smiles.
She'll look down at Aurora and smile. Well? And she'll like just bend down a bit and like look at Aurora and smile, then look up towards Lee. Why don't I leave you guys there?
Thanks. We'd appreciate it.
Part the way and all that. As Luan and Lulu will kind of go their own way. As Abby will follow close behind to not get absorbed into the city. As some of your other members will go and enjoy themselves, kind of exploring the city. Ryzen and Damien are just like, let's fucking go see what this crazy place is like. This
is awesome.
What the fuck?
He drags Rex off.
This group can advance forward. You can be walking to Colette as Blair is leading Aurora by the hand as they're walking forward. And Colette will kind of look towards Lee. So that's her, huh?
Yeah, I know, right? The resemblance really hits once you know it.
Oh, really? You know, she does look like a younger Mary in a way. Different hair and all that, but, you know, I can see it.
Yeah, I think so too. He kind of smiles for a second looking at Aurora, then turns back to Colette and kind of frowns and shakes her head for a second. It's gonna be a bit of an explanation, though. What happened together.
Did she know yet?
Yeah, I told her about Mary and everything. I think she'd look a little more, intimidated by this place. Kinda hasn't seen anywhere, really. This is like her fourth island.
Yeah, honestly, probably a good call, considering. Mary doesn't know yet, but she likes surprises, and I think she'll... Well, I don't think it will be a bad reaction.
Yeah, that's good. I didn't think so. Besides, it just, I figured a good surprise with, a more uncomfortable surprise is probably gonna... But You can save all that shit for later.
Ah, there he is now, our best bouncer. As you walk up, you'll see standing outside the club, kind of like adjusting the closed sign, kind of talking to some of the locals, saying like, "No, we're not open today." As they're very surprised, they're open every day.
Yeah, right.
As Stefan will be just hanging out outside, trying to ward off people, like explaining to them personally that it's not the time.
Yeah.
As they'll look towards Lee and wave a bit.
Yo, Stefan, long time no see.
Hey, I hope everything worked out on your end.
Oh yeah, easy sailing and all of that. Lee gives a thumbs up.
Oh, it totally did. They brought him back with them. He's here on the island. Oh, well, that's pretty good to hear.
Wait, who are they talking about? Sorry.
Ryzen, remember? Because they
right. That, yeah, of course. Okay, just double checking.
They were involved with that.
Yeah, I know, I remember. I'm just double checking and everything, right. Yeah, I forgot they kind of were like, yeah, they kind of stopped at that point. Right. Yeah, they're all a lot better after all. You should see Ryzen. He's, way different after everything. Subtly, but, I mean, subtle is like a huge shift in him, so...
Oh, that's really good to hear. Also, BRB. Oh, I'll have to be sure to say hello. I'll go find him a bit later and direct him towards here.
Cool. Yeah. Oh, Mary's in, right?
Yeah, she's up in her personal room, you know, going through paperwork and stuff just like normal.
Lee sighs. I still can't get used to hearing that.
As Colette will laugh, well, maybe this will give her something to take her mind off it.
Yeah, I hope. Better.
Oh yeah, be sure to brag to her about the fantastic place you got. I'm sure that would also strive to break her out of this mundanity she's in.
Oh yeah.
Trust me, she spends almost every day behind a desk now.
Hey, Miss Bunny's done a real good job with the club back at her island, and it's only gonna get nicer.
Naomi's done... Oh, that's good to hear. I knew we sent the right person for it.
Oh, best. God. Thank you again. That woman's amazing.
It was quite the loss to send her away.
Yeah, I'll say, but I appreciate what you guys do for us. We'll make sure you'll be able to recoup some of those losses, hopefully.
Well, how about we stop and open up the red curtain, as Stefan will undo it and you guys can walk inside.
Proper head nod to him. They head into the club.
So you can walk into the club.
Open the club. I love Redlight Island. Funny gifts.
As you can hear a relaxing ballad playing from the mic.
Oh.
As you enter, it seems like Apollo is playing a very nice song on his wooden guitar. Basically, the gist of the song is like a welcome home song, like a homely, like country song.
Very nice. Very classy.
As Yang and Taylor will look over and smile and wave, ready to engage and talk with you after business is concluded.
Gives them a happy wave.
Alright, just on that way. And here, as Colette will detach her hands and put them on Blair and Abby's shoulders, why don't I entertain you guys for a while while they take care of business?
Lee'll smile and laugh and then kind of give her a little look and go, careful, they, be gentle, alright?
I always am.
Yeah, but you know what I mean.
Come on, let's go. As she'll push them away.
Lee gives them a little smile and whispers under her breath, good luck. As she'll offer to take Aurora's hand.
As you can take Aurora's hand, who's looking around very nervously, is a bit calmer when she gets out of the lights and the bustling of the city and like into this empty club.
Yeah.
Kasumi will nod at Lee. Well, I'll be here when you're done.
Thanks, Kasumi. Come on, Aurora.
As Kasumi will just walk up to, like, just watch Apollo as he's playing and kind of listen to the song more closely.
Nice, yeah.
As once he gets to the red rope, Stefan will stop and bend down a bit and look at Aurora. You have nothing to worry about, kid. Trust me. He's gonna love you. Yes. I think you'll like her too.
Right, and he's the expert on Miss Holiday.
As he'll raise his hand for, like, the ring on his finger. Certainly am. We're friendly, kid. As he'll put, like, a hand on Aurora's head. All of us. So, just enjoy this moment. You'll certainly remember it.
Smiles warmly at Stefan's helpful words and gives a little tip of the head to thank him as they'll head on up, gently guiding her.
As you can go upstairs. As what are Lee's final thoughts before she enters the Dragon's Den?
The Dragon's Den. I mean, Lee's just being as conscious as she can to help Aurora along the way, and she's just happy because this is really nice for Aurora, and she's still, like, a bit like, oh man, I do have to tell Mary, like, her mom was, like, a psychopath that we saw kill herself. Like, I'm sure she knows some details, but she's mostly focused on, like, oh, this is so nice. Thank God Aurora has some living family. She's reminiscing on, like, the time she met Jackie and everything, and now her mom and stuff, being like, she knows the feeling of, like, rediscovering long-lost family you didn't even know you had. And
Stefan will whisper to you as you're walking, like, without Aurora being able to hear, that Ivy told him some of the details, and he will make sure there is some time for you to talk to Mary without Aurora around, so you can go into more of the...
Yeah, I wasn't going to drop that in front of him. Yeah, thanks, Stefan. I appreciate it, bro.
As you can enter the room. As Stefan will knock on the door, Mary will just adjust her glasses and look towards it. You can come in, Stefan. As he will enter, she'll just look towards him, and then you can follow behind him.
Surprise!
Lee! She'll kind of smile and, like, get up from her desk. You didn't tell me you were coming.
Yeah, that's the point of surprises,
How are things with Ryzen? Did everything work out?
Oh yeah, they're all good. He's here with us if you want to go see for yourself. And I'd recommend it. It's really funny to see how, like, still weird, at least that's furrowing her brow. But, like, a more normal weird now. Everything worked out with them.
Really? That's delightful.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I heard about everything on Mary Drum. I'm happy it could all work out.
He puffs out her chest. Ah, yeah, definitely. We took care of one of your, less amicable co-workers. That guy's not gonna be a problem for anyone anymore.
Yes, and I hear... Well, they picked quite the replacement in Victoria.
Yeah, she's something.
Stefan will walk over and just put a hand on Mary's shoulder. Hey, I think you guys can talk about that a bit later.
Yeah, we got way more important stuff to do, at least. So she kind of leads Aurora over. Let me introduce you to someone.
Aurora will poke out behind Lee. And when she pokes out, you'll see Mary just, like, visibly just, like, stop. And kind of look at her. As you feel like she's, like, clicking in her head, thinking different things. And you see her stop for a moment. Yes, please. And she'll, like, step a bit forward and, like, look at Aurora as she allows Lee to go on.
Yeah, Lee will gently guide Aurora to stand a bit forward more. Be like, come on, kid. Mary, I'd like you to meet Aurora. Aurora, this is Mary. See?
Hello?
Smiles a little bit and gives her a pat on the head for the good job.
As Mary will walk up and kneel down and kind of look at her, like, getting on, like, eye level with her. Hello, Aurora. I'm Mary. And she'll, like, bring her in for a hug.
He smiles, being like, yeah, she got it pretty fast. Yeah. This is the sort of thing you can kind of see on site, huh?
I have a lot of things that are telling me, well, I think what you want to say.
Smiles fondly a little bit. Kind of nudges Aurora like, well?
As Mary will, like, smile a bit and take Aurora by the hand. Here. As they can sit down, and Mary will, or Stefan will just bring over, like, some snacks and place them down on the table. Aurora, why don't you tell me a bit about yourself? As Stefan will smile for a bit, he'll, like, back up towards Lee and pat her on the back a bit. Do you think we should give them some space?
Oh, yeah, definitely. If you're good with that, Aurora.
She'll kind of look towards Mary. I think, yeah, I'll be okay.
We'll just be outside if you need anything, okay?
As you two can smile and exit the room.
Taste.
As Mary will smile down towards Aurora, as she's poking and prodding Aurora to just, like, she's not asking her specifically where she was from once, like, Aurora seems hesitant, but more like, what does she like to do, what she's been up to, who is leading her, a bit of, not visible, but very surprised at her say mom.
Mom. Wow, okay.
Oh, I thought I was the only one that said that.
Wow. Oh. Fuck it.
As they can go on, I will,
Cute.
for the moment, release you downstairs.
Okay, release. He smiles a little bit. I figured it wouldn't need too much introduction.
Yeah, well, I mean, if we could notice the similarities, I think she could.
Yeah. Happy it worked out at least this way. It went through a lot to get to this point.
Yeah, I heard. Well, let's give them some time before informing Mary of all the gruesome details.
Yeah, I mean... Yeah, Lee nods a little bit, and then smiles. It's alright, it's all worked out in the end after all.
Yeah. So, Ivy said you were going on some trip, as you can just walk up to the bar and just sit down.
Yeah. Opposite next to him. Oh yeah, this is my vacation she came up with. Didn't know that was something I needed, but you know what, it's working out pretty well. Definitely good for the kid.
Well, you're not the only one that seems to need a vacation.
Yeah, I'll say. But, you know, I think we might be able to help convince her of, you know, club back home might need some supervision, a trip would be good. What do you think?
Well, I think seeing the way they just looked at each other, it'd be kind of cruel to separate them, right?
Right? That's what I was saying! This is the kind of thing she won't be able to say no to.
Besides, well, I'm not exactly sure, but Ivy did excitedly inform me that Foley and Ryson are both shacked up at your island too. Something about moving islands?
Yeah, one of my only official pieces of business, after all. Lee kind of coughs and straightens up a little bit. Is to formally invite you guys to join in on having the island renovation process, or whatever Ivy's gonna call it later.
Well, Naomi's been telling us how excited she is to be a part of everything there, so... You know, we got some reliable folk here on the island that we can leave things to. And besides, not like we're that far away. We can always pop back in to manage things.
Yeah, exactly. You need places to go to do tours, after all.
Oh, yeah, right there. Besides, I didn't exactly envision the Warlord lifestyle being so... well, boring.
Yeah, right. Doesn't really sound that way, but I guess you basically do nothing until someone needs you to do it. Shakes your head a little bit.
Is it true Victoria became a warlord back there at Marydrum?
Yeah, it was the only reason she was there in the first place, actually. Was trying to undermine the position herself. She's pretty lucky we came to make a real mess of things. Made it easy for her.
Well, like the people that are lucky that she didn't take things into her own hands.
Right? That lady's a little too intense sometimes. Yeah, she'd call me an idiot for some of the things I said, but in retrospect... she was trying to do it herself with just her and Rose. What an asshole. She chuckles to herself.
That woman's a real firecracker.
I know, right?
We've had a couple run-ins with her and the Fable Pirates.
Looks like she's not as put together as she likes to pretend to be. That's good. I got enough shit from her there, after all.
Well, if you pick someone to pick a fight with, you're definitely in for, well... I think something you've been looking for, fighting someone like Victoria.
I hope so. She didn't take me seriously enough last time.
She's the hard-headed type.
Yeah.
I think she brings out, an interesting side of Mary when they see each other.
Like, clicks her tongue. Huh. Really? I know she got under my skin, but even Mary?
Yeah. I think she's one of the few people out here Mary actually call a bitch.
What? No way! Mary did that?
Yeah, she really doesn't like her.
That's hilarious! Lisa's so shocked. Oh, man. I can't even fucking picture it. Yeah, that sounds like her, though. I guess she's a good spot for a warlord, though. Takes that shit kind of, well, in stride. I don't think it's her end goal, though.
I mean, is it anyone's?
Yeah, true enough.
Wow. Hey, do you know anything about what the government's been cooking up?
He raises an eyebrow. Oh, right. Nah, they were kind of tight-lipped about it.
See, even we don't know. Mary's been trying to find out, but... well, not really found anything concrete about whatever's happening.
Yeah. If even you guys aren't too in the loop, I mean, that's a bad sign.
Not like they really try to keep us close in. I think the only one they do that with is the adepts based on, you know, family privilege.
Yeah, that makes enough sense. Kind of wrinkles her nose for a second as she's thinking about it. Probably a more too, right?
Yeah. Maybe him too. But it seems to be a lot more marine-sided, so... well, I don't know how strong his contacts are with them, but... I can only guess he probably has a good idea of whatever's happening.
Yeah. That guy. Now he's a piece of shit. He was there on Marydrum too.
Really?
Yeah.
2 warlords?
Yeah. Well, and some former ones too. Lisa's kind of thinking of fucking Power and Van. But they and fucking Slayer, of course. Shit was like a hotbed for him, honestly.
Yeah, it sounded like more than a couple things happened there.
Yeah, I mean, it's where we got the tip to go. End up where Aurora was also.
Someone gives you a tip to go find her.
Yeah, Hara's brother was there.
Stefan will stop for a second. Doesn't Har hate his brother?
Yeah, I can see why. It wasn't exactly a friendly reunion. Guys, Lee kind of sighs. Intense. I don't like being around him.
And what? Did it all work out?
Yeah, no one got in a fight or anything between them. It was, an amicable sort of thing. A long time ago, we picked up his pal just on a raft, and he was paying back the favor. Kind of type who doesn't like to, you know, let anything like that go. I don't know, though. I don't know if that's fully it or not, you know?
Yeah. Things in the new world are rarely so black and white.
It's just more like there's too many people around trying to do too many things. I mean, shit, we were heading to a place that was at, like, the edge of the abyss, past it, and we still ran into a bunch of old pirates, some guys who seem to be connected to the underworld. Even places like that, there's stuff brewing. Kinda too focused on dealing with the island, though, to really dig into them.
As he'll kind of eye and look over at Blair. Yeah, it looks like you do have a couple new faces around.
Oh, yeah, I'll say. Blair's pretty cool, though. On the level. Doesn't really know how to talk to people too well, though, so a place like this is, pretty good for her, even if... she rarely looks at Colette. I'm gonna let her go into the deep end. Colette was good for me. She'll be good for anyone.
I mean, she's in good enough hands. Colette knows how to not come on too strong.
Yeah, that's what's insidious about her.
Well, I'm sure anyone that's traveling with you guys is pretty good people.
Yeah, I think so.
As I kind of look over at everyone in the club, and I like look at Kasumi.
Oh.
It's a ninja from Kodai, yeah?
Oh! Right! Sorry, we've been up to a lot of stuff, Stefan. Kind of slipped my mind. Oh, that reminds me. Did those guys from Kodai ever stop back here again? You know, the ones who were taking vacation when we stopped by.
Oh, you mean... Yeah, you mean the first dragon and all that.
Yeah.
No, I think he was saying something about how this was pretty bad for his, friend. That other dragon that was with him.
Right. That funny deer girl. Aurora, I think? Right.
Yeah. I could certainly hold his liquor, and I'd quite a few couple stories to tell at the bar.
Yeah.
I asked Apollo about them if he wanted to hear them. He was mostly bartending for him.
Oh, good.
So, yeah. But no, he hasn't stopped back here. I assume someone important like that probably has to get back home.
Yeah, good. I need to dig up some shit on everyone there. Found out I'm from Kodai.
Ah, thought you were from the jungle.
Yeah, mom's side. I also found out who my mom is, and she's alive.
Alright. She as bad as your dad?
Not as bad, but she's, the immortal.
This is gonna raise an eyebrow and, like, sip his drink a bit.
Yeah, right?
Well, welcome to the club.
Yeah, right? I got to finally go to your guys' Yonko Kid meetings now.
Brother.
You know, familial things, you know. Kid brother.
Well, that makes 4 for 4 now?
Yeah, right? Lee shakes her head. Who knew this generation was so stacked with them?
I think most of the papers could tell you that as soon as we got to Saturday.
Yeah, still.
I
try not to, I don't know what to do with the knowledge. Homer hasn't really put it in the paper yet. I think he's holding it back.
Waiting for a lull in the action, huh?
Yeah, it's a good silver bullet for a story after all, but... yeah, kinda gotta do some research into what's going on back there now.
I've heard Kodai is a fun place to be, so... Well, I got even another reason to go explore it, yeah?
Right?
Who knows what other family you'll find out there.
Yeah. Ma said her parents are still alive, so I guess I have grandparents too. He shrugs. It's weird. Not a bad thing, though. Worst part is, though, I guess I'm related to Micaiah now, so that's kind of,
Survival kind of spit his drink a bit.
Yeah, he rankles up her nose. Yeah. Lucky.
Oh yeah, I heard Mickey was. I heard she was on Marriage Room 2 with you.
Yeah, it was
How's they doing?
Pretty good, all things considered. Since Gil got his kingdom back and everything, Haley's officially now a princess.
Yeah, good for her. The girl needs it.
Yeah, I'll say.
Gotta say, I'm both surprised and not very surprised that they're not part of your little island group.
Mickey gave me the talk that she needs to be the top dog for her crew, after all. Lee says sarcastically a little bit. We'll probably win him over next time.
How old are you?
Sorry, let me double check how old Lee is actually by now. Let me see. She's 22, and I think it's been a year, so she's 23 now.
Well, I think you have some leverage on her.
Yeah, I'll say. I get to pull the older sister card now. If I gotta take the other edge of the sword, I'm taking the good edge, too.
Bet you'd hate that, and then try and pull out the younger sister card.
I know, this is gonna be great. Now I can fuck with her.
I suppose you should make the best out of a bad situation.
Right? Here, here. Wow. Glass of his. So, yeah, that's Kasumi. She's like my personal attendant. It's a little weird, but it's not as intense as it sounds, I think.
Well, seeing as I'm so important in some high societies now.
Shut up. It's weird.
As he kind of looks towards, like, the stairways up. We'll probably be talking for a bit longer. Why don't you go say hi to people? You know, it's been a while since you've seen everyone.
Hell yeah, it's my vacation after all. Say, she'll take her drink and smile at him and move out.
As I will move some of the other people who were outside the club.
Nice.
Into the club. They'll be filed in by the Wrangler, Disco Prime.
Hell yeah. What's up, Disco?
Well, basically, whenever he runs into one of them, being like, Disco says you should go to the club.
My boy, Disco! I hope he's earned a promotion. Doing good work.
As Horizon can be talking with Stefan.
Awesome.
A Disco is warding off people from outside, basically like, Disco, close the place early.
Thanks, Disco. My man. Alright. Let's give in a hot minute.
As they're all playing some pool, as Yang will look towards you. I've heard that you guys have gone on so many adventures.
Yeah. We promised we'd be back pretty soon after the last one, but then we kind of fell into like 3 more. Sorry about that.
Yeah, one of them was a fun one we got to take part of. Taylor, we gotta talk Mary into letting us go on some.
Yeah, I can't believe how long you guys have had to sit here. Like, great place after all, but... Well, don't worry, I think I got a pretty good excuse to get her out of the place now, finally. Did promise I'd help with that, so, you know, it worked out.
As Taylor will make a nice corner shot, as she'll look towards Yang. You are right. I did enjoy the stability for a while, but... I think it's in our hearts to be a bit wild.
Yeah, of course. You guys might be a little domesticated, but you're still pirates after all.
And there's only so much crime you can fight before it just stops happening.
Lee raises an eyebrow at her and shakes her head. Yeah, I guess you probably got the place under an iron fist by now.
More like a year ago.
Oh, jeez, Yang. Nothing better?
Not really.
That's sad. I could, like, go kick over a trash can if you want an excuse to try and fight me.
Hmm. Sounds like you're doing something important. Maybe later.
Yeah, true, true.
Damien, you could take over the trash can. You don't look like you're doing anything important. Yeah, I'll think about it. I'll think faster.
Yeah, don't leave the poor girl hanging here.
As he will pick up the pool stick and just throw it onto the ground, as she'll smile, jump off the table, and try and kick him.
Awesome.
Then we'll get into a minor scuffle in the very empty club.
Like, we'll have made a little room for that and smile fondly. Ah, yeah, that's better.
The poor girl's going insane.
I know, I don't blame her. Oh, if she wants to stop in, I mean, we're going on a trip right now, stopping at a few dojos and stuff for my vacation. Got space on the boat for anyone interested.
Well, if I had to guess, I'd say, based on Naomi's reports and who you brought in, we'll be probably relocating to your home, right?
Oh yeah, definite. There's no way this plan doesn't work.
I'll take one for the team and help plan that.
Thank you.
And I'm sure Apollo and Stefan will want to too. But Mary, Colette, and Yang can make their own decisions.
Oh yeah, we'll babysit them for a while, don't worry.
So you can check with them what they want to do. Yang, what do you want to do? As her panda ear will twitch. Yeah, if it means being able to get out of here for a while, and besides martial arts trip, I gotta make the panda fist, or the panda kung fu world renowned.
It'd be a good place to start. Inject a little liveliness into things, right?
Panda kung fu, isn't that kind of on the nose? Shut up, magician boy.
Yeah, I don't really think you have a place to talk, Dan.
As she'll go to hit him again.
Based. Little smile at Tail and go, yeah, I don't know what they'd do without you guys wrangling them.
We have a good mix-up on our crew, just enough people to keep things in line.
I'll say.
No.
Plus, this way you guys will have a hell of a reunion tour once they get back.
Oh, certainly. I hope you're ready for your island to get a bit more exciting.
You know? I think this place will be a challenge, actually. It's pretty bumping already. You guys will really have to pull out all the stops for it.
Music to my ears. It's been forever since we've had to do that.
Smile at that. Laying down the challenge for it.
As you can see on the dance floor, Jean has demanded Paul play something more lively, as she is forcing Rex to dance with her.
Based. Jean's so based. That's, she's watching Rex try and dance. That's,
It's a work in progress.
That's a work. Yeah, that's,
And so hear Abby scream as Colette detached her head and is floating next to you.
No, hey, Miss Candy.
Hello? I shall give you a kiss on the cheek.
Aw, thanks. Leslie will, flop herself over onto the couch next to her area. Don't look so spooked, Abby. Come on.
That is the scariest devil fruit ever.
This one?
Thank you.
That's bullshit. Mine's way scarier.
I think it's absolutely horrifyingly.
You're just saying that.
And she'll attach her head to your shoulder. So, what do you think?
Hilarious.
Do you want me to come along?
Definitely, duh. I mean, this is my vacation. You're the expert at this sort of thing. I kind of learned a lot from you.
Trust me, girls. No one knows how to relax like me.
Yeah, she's not lying. I'm really nods. She's like a pro.
As Blair will kind of think for a moment, I think I'm supposed to be learning how to do that better, so...
Yeah, we've had Lulu working with her for a while, but...
Thank you for that. As Colette will kind of blink a bit.
We will look over at Colette and kind of whisper over to her shoulder because she's right there. Yeah, she's had it rough. Needs a lot of help.
Okay, so I'm from, like, ground up on this one. Got it.
This is like a little bit of like me, but even less when you first met me.
Oh, that sounds fun.
Right? She's great.
And she'll detach her head and put it back on her shoulders. Now, you have to also relax. No more screaming, as you'll see that her hands are gone, and they'll reach under Abby's armpits and kind of pick her up. You see her hyperventilating? No screaming, as she'll detach her index finger and put it over Abby's mouth centrally.
Yeah. Abby, listen, if you struggle, it gets worse.
Certainly does. And she'll wink.
She's serious. Whispers towards Abby.
I enjoy the opportunity to have some fun, so I'll certainly take you up on it. As you can hear off in the distance, Chaz just freaking out.
Oh boy, Chaz and Colette. Oh no. Dude, she's in all my porn magazines!
Holy shit!
Oh my god.
Looks at Mary. Mary just fucking has a seizure. looks at his treasure book and just fucking throws it overboard. Don't fucking need this!
Don't need this anymore!
What good are you?
Doesn't do anything to me anymore! Fuck!
Fuck!
You ruined it!
Holy shit!
Damn, being a pirate's awesome.
Mixed bathing saunas?
Yes!
Over 18? No!
No! Adam's just like, oh no, my brother's a car. I knew it was bad, but I didn't know it was this bad.
I'm just being like, bro, as his respect for him shifts.
Shatters.
Social link shattered?
Social link shattered. Fuck me. Alright. Yeah. Poor Abby. This is gonna be rough for her.
As, would you like to go back upstairs?
Yeah, it's about time.
We'll enter quietly to find Aurora asleep, her head in Mary's lap. Yeah. Mary's just kind of brushing her hair a bit.
That.
As Stefan will enter the room and look over at Mary and Aurora. Alright. As they'll just walk up and kind of gently pick up Aurora. Why don't I bring her somewhere she can rest a bit more peacefully?
Yeah.
As Mary will not. She's free to use my room. Got it. As Stefan will carry carry Aurora to a private room to sleep.
And that give as she passes by and will settle on the couch next to her and smile over at Mary warmly. Yeah, I figured you guys would get on well.
So, as Mary kind of looks towards Lily, she's my younger sister, isn't she?
Surprise.
As soon as I saw her lust, let me know. It's like she had a feeling about her, a desire to be near her.
Yeah, that figures. We'll kind of mull it over for a second and just kind of take the decision like, yeah, we should probably dive into the serious stuff internally and nod, and she'll settle on the couch a bit more. So, you're, dealing everything. I mean, before everything. Before you even met the last carrier. You remember a lot of childhood and everything.
If Mary thinks.
How far back does it go? You know. It's only a bit about where you were raised and everything. You know.
Yes. My foster mother was the owner of a brothel. And she raised me as best she could. And I deeply am indebted to her. She's truly a mother to me. And I never knew my true parents. All I was told by my foster mother, my mother, was that an old man left me with her, saying that this would be a better life for me.
Yeah. Right. Well, I mean... By the time we make it back, he's still around. I could introduce you.
You're gonna look towards Lee?
Oh.
You know who this is?
Yeah, it's old man Sephirin from the Silver Pirates.
Mario kind of stopped for a moment and like chuckled to herself.
He gets involved.
You're saying You're saying I was given to my mother by a legendary pirate.
Yeah, see? Lily kind of nudges her a little bit. Probably why you had that in your heart the whole time to become a pirate.
Maybe.
It was like a baptism or something.
My mother never spoke poorly of them, and if she was familiar enough to be entrusted by such a legendary name, I suppose just makes sense why the influence was never poor. And, well, the part about it being a better life, I can't argue. I truly loved where I was and who I've grown up to be.
Yeah. Yeah. He kind of nods a bit somberly after a second.
So, where did you find her?
Have you even ever heard of Volgus?
No.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's an old ruined kingdom, out in the abyss. Past the edge of it. A place that hasn't been alive for centuries now. Buried under snow and everything.
I heard no one lives out in the abyss.
Well, not anyone sane, that's for sure. But, well, I don't know if that's the place they went afterwards. That might have been where you were born, originally. And we found her there with, well...
I will... Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you too much. But I do remember fairly well explaining it as Amara, in that the timeline of events that we would be aware of is Mary was born, Sephirin took Mary.
Then
Sephirin thought that Amara died.
Yeah.
Amara is sent by Beals all the way to Volgus.
Right, that was a punishment.
And just stayed there.
Right.
Basically, she left there after she was supposedly dead by Sephirin.
Right.
To basically do the same thing where nobody can do that again.
Gotcha, okay. So I wouldn't mention... Yeah, Lee wouldn't mention.
Yeah.
Fair enough, yeah, this guy. Forgot.
I just want to make sure that you're not confused about what happened.
Thank you. I was. We'll kind of... Yeah, I'll forget that line, yeah. It's, kind of just a frozen, well, shithole, honestly. Anything that used to live there, besides the trees near the heart of it, were long since covered in snow, worn away, things like that. It's kind of a long story on how it ended up that way, but I can indulge you later on.
That's where you found her?
With, well, your guys' mother.
As Mary just kind of look at you and like narrow her eyes a bit, not like questioning you, but just thinking on that.
Yeah, I mean, it's implications immediately. Oh, okay, well, she's not here. That's not a good sign.
My biological mother.
Yeah. You know, it's...
My real mother always told me that, well, I did ask her a few questions if she knew who my real mother was. Rebellious teenager things such as, well, not accepting that I didn't have an actual mother. And She very patiently told me she didn't know who it was, but was sure it wasn't someone that would treat me like family.
Yeah, that's,
Do you think this is true?
yeah, well, sorry to say, I kind of know it's true. He looks a bit apologetic for this and sighs. She, wasn't a good person. And that life that you were taken away from Zephyr, one that wouldn't have been good for you. It's basically what Aurora's lived through mostly. The woman ended up in that place as a sort of punishment. Well, you were supposed to end up with lust like this. Just more directly.
So in the end, it still is technically going the way it was supposed to.
But not the way they wanted. He wanted my dad.
I guess we can count our blessings there.
Right? Seriously.
As Mary will kind of look towards the door. But when I was talking with her, I could sense that there were some things she didn't know how to talk about.
I mean,
things she just didn't know. Basic things.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't just be like that if she was old. Sorry, it's not just like that just because she's a kid. I mean, she was raised in this place all by herself as the vessel. One that was supposed to overtake lust from you eventually, bring it back into the fold for Beals. That's all. That woman, she was just a tool. A replacement for the one she lost. Lisa's kind of seriously looking forward with like the clear irritation of thinking of Amara on her face as she kind of she's kind of like flinching, not flinching, she's like clenching her fist and rubbing it with the other one.
What happened to her?
She ended up killing herself. I'm sorry, I would have done it myself either way. Not exactly in the right state of mind. Probably would have been better for all of us if she was still around. Might have known something. I don't know.
No, Lee. It's best for her that that woman is gone.
Yeah, kind of nods. Yeah.
I can tell what a terrible person she must have been. I asked Aurora about her parents. Through some nervous mumbling, she told me that you and Ivy were her parents. That shows how much she must truly hate the time she spent there.
In spite of how, serious the conversation is and her mulling over how awful Mary's biological mother was, there's still a crack of a smile on Lee's face as she hears that, as she feels like a swell of pride and joy to know that, but still kind of bitter sadness, It's like, I'm really happy she thinks that way about us, but it still sucks for her in retrospect, like you said, and she nods. Yeah, she never had any. So, doing what we can in the meantime for her. You deserve.
Thank you. This isn't something I could have ever done. I didn't even know.
Hey, it's just how things work. You don't gotta thank us for that sort of thing, We're family, right?
Sisters.
Smiles. At her and kind of nods. So.
Actually, I'm your aunt.
Actually, I'm your aunt. Yeah. Listen, it's funny. Fuck you. I was gonna say it after a second. Yeah. It's, it holds true pretty well now. All things considered.
Wow. I can't certainly leave her alone. Not anymore. But hearing her so enthusiastically tell me about all the things she's experienced so quickly on your island, couldn't rightly take her away from there either.
Yeah,
So
we didn't want to keep you two separated. So the only way this works is if you come to the island.
I suppose that's truly the only solution.
Yeah, really. I mean, honestly. Your hands are
And
tied.
I want to show her that even someone that was born with the same situation as her has grown and, well, the person I am today. I want to be there to guide her, answer her questions, and show her what the beautiful person she can become is.
Puts, like,
Let her know that her life of hardship is over for good.
Dia squeezes and brightens up. That was exactly the sort of thing I was thinking, you know? It's perfect. I mean, of course you guys are great for each other. She needs that, honestly. I mean, she knows so little of the world already. I want to show her what you can do with nothing. How far you can.
What someone like that needs.
Yeah, right?
They need true family. There that can support them.
Yeah. Exactly. Got some years to make up for her, but we're gonna certainly do it, you know?
I'll start discussing things with Stefan and Taylor to get things moving so we can get moved into the club Naomi set up.
That's good. But first, you're still taking a vacation, because we got a few more trips we're taking right now, and I'm certainly not letting you go, or letting Aurora leave without you coming along for a while, alright, Mary?
Lee, I appreciate it, but I don't think that would be for the best.
Huh? He raises an eyebrow at her. Why not?
I wouldn't want to dominate this time for her, as she's experiencing so many new things.
You sure you're not just trying to talk yourself into doing work?
No. But you know her best, Lee. I wouldn't want to distract her from what you're doing here. Not take away the importance of this trip.
Harry's...
But
Yeah.
What do you think would happen?
Harry, you just reunited with your sister for your first time, meeting her, ever. You're not gonna just let her go off. Come on. You've been sat in this office for like a year already. Take a vacation, relax. Get to know her a little bit. Got a lot of time.
Yeah, come on, don't be such a stick in the mud.
Seriously.
As Mary will stop for a second and look towards him.
Now, way to ruin the mood, dude. He looks over, kind of realizing he just showed up after she agreed with him.
I waited.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I'll kick your ass and drag you along if we have to. This wasn't like an invitation. I'm telling you what's happening.
I wouldn't want to embarrass her mother in front of her like that.
Okay, now you're really trying to get desperate here.
Fine, I'll go. But I don't think we'll be able to convince Yang or Colette to stay either.
Oh, yeah, they're coming.
Oh, you really don't leave your office, huh? They're already packing.
Yeah, you were the last one.
Oh. Alright, I suppose if everyone's decided.
Yeah, there you go, Lee throws an arm around her. About time you finally listened. This is gonna be great.
Lewin, are you also a part of everything going on? What? Yeah. I mean, hell. Ivy's already planning on picking up our island and bringing it, a bit closer by.
Yeah, right? I think the place is big enough for a few warlords.
You do know, Lewin, that they won't take this lying down. What? Yeah. Do you care? No, not particularly, but it will be something to think on.
That's for later. Besides, it's not like I was gonna convince Cap either way.
I suppose she wouldn't much care.
Yeah, duh.
I'm sure Homer will get a kick out of having a reunion piece on all of us together.
Oh yeah, gonna be a hell of a headline.
Oh yeah. Sure, we'll get this published everywhere when all the warlords gather in here.
Yeah. Oh man, Lee smiles up a little bit. That's gonna really stick it to the Marines.
Wow. This sounds like it'll be a lot of fun. But Lewin, yeah? What is going on? I can't find anything out. About what? But whatever the Marines are doing. Can't say for sure. Then say, well, you're not sure.
Yeah, give
Here's
us
the
something.
thing, Cupcake. I don't do anything not sure.
Ugh, that was
She'll
so lame,
just kind of
dude.
like sink her face in it and glare at him.
Seriously, come on.
It's not for me to say.
Oh, fuck
Come
off,
on.
man.
We're having a vacation. Why do we think about that kind of boring stuff? Let's have some fun.
Slimy guy when you wanna be.
Thanks.
Ugh. Look, if this
I
is serious, we're
suppose
gonna hear about
can-
it at one point. Yes.
There's a spirit. It's inevitable, so don't worry about it.
Only agreeing with this because I'm still under Captain's orders to relax. You're fucking lucky.
I'm not under any such orders, so
Thank you, Mary.
don't expect me to leave this lying down, Valerio. I'll tolerate spending this time with you. I'll tolerate hanging around you two all day.
Well, sis, if you're on the case, I trust you with this one.
Right. I suppose I have some packing to do, and I want to be there for when she wakes up.
True. Need a hand?
Sure, thank you.
Cool.
And you can go help Mary pack.
Hell
And
yeah.
I will once again ask the question, do you have anything else you want to do on the island?
I don't think so. Night of partying at one point, but it doesn't need to be on screen.
So you can party, hang out, and say goodbye to Disco,
Disco.
and the rest.
Disco and the rest.
It's because I'm looking at the fucking like page I have all the tokens. It's a fucking mess right now because I moved things around.
Nice.
Disco, Taylor, Apollo, and Stefan who are staying behind.
Yeah, Reva, dude.
And Reva, yes.
Nice. Awesome.
As you can meet up with the group, as you'll see Mary and Aurora to speak more, and Aurora will introduce Mary to Blair.
That's fucking
as
adorable.
the three of them will speak and have very nice conversations as they'll get on the boat, ready to sail off to the next location. As you can say goodbye to Redlight Island.
Based.
Colette's continuously trying to help Abby relax.
Sexually
doing that really
harassing.
relaxing thing of sneaking behind you with the solitary finger and rubbing it on your spine.
Yeah, the funny tricks.
You
It's
know,
like being
grabbing her
haunted by
tail,
Yeah, yanking on her tail. Fucking minks. They're so
nibbling her
susceptible.
ears with their disembodied mouth.
Bro, minks are so susceptible to being fucked with. It's such like a racial disadvantage. Or advantage if you're into it. Or Abby.
Okay. So, Lee just began sailing away from Redlight Island, the light returning in the daytime.
Hell yeah.
How does Lee feel leaving Redlight Island and setting off on the rest of her vacation?
Good.
Good. Alright.
I mean, it's great. I don't know what else there is to say. I mean, Mary's
Nothing.
here. She's really happy Aurora and Mary finally met. We got everything good. We got an excuse to drag Mary on vacation with the gang and Colette. This party's getting fucking crazy. It's great.
Party's getting crazy.
Yeah, exactly.
So.
Yeah.
Anything you want to do before you
Yes.
get to the next island? Okay.
We'll have another. I get Chaz and Adam. Got another training thing to do. Gotta ask them a few questions. Figure stuff out. So gotta see if they know how to do armament hockey and how good it is yet.
Okay.
Yang can be. Because it's...
Yeah.
We're gonna need Yang, and we're gonna need Ride.
One. And go.
Okay. Lee has them up on deck, and she's got her hands on her hips, and she goes, "Alright, you two. Lesson today." And as she surveys both of them. Well, if you want to make it at all, I gotta know how handy you guys are with hockey.
Well, Adam here doesn't know how to do any.
Yeah, okay. She'll nod a little bit. How about you, Chaz? What can you handle?
He'll kind of like raise his foot and just coat it a bit, but it seems pretty weak.
Well, a bit of coding's still good. How's your observation?
But what?
Ah, don't worry. We got a lot of room to work. We'll catch you and Adam up pretty good.
Forrest will look over it. Yeah, he doesn't seem like the type for it.
Nah, we'll have to work on it. We might get something. Sometimes you just need to think about this backward.
Come on, boys. It's about closing your eyes and envisioning what you want to see.
She's right. But she's gonna give you the wrong idea, she says, looking at Chaz. She's like snapping her finger to get his eyes back towards her.
Forrest walks over towards Clyde. She'll wink at him. Oh, I heard you're caking for it, big boy. Yeah, why don't you just... why don't you just stop talking while he's trying to teach them? Ooh. Why do you make me? What does that just happen at the side?
Lee lets out a shiver and clenches her fist, whispering to Kasumi, "Imagine if she was here." And then she'll kind of clap her hands together. But right, hockey's more important than a lot of things to get a handle on. I mean, a lot of your techniques will be rendered pretty useless out there if you don't know how to coat yourself, not just for Logia users, but for the kind of enemies you'll be fighting. After all, even against the devil fruit you can hit, it's going to be kind of trouble if they just destroy you completely. Like a Zoan, like Yang!
That's right.
If you would, Lee says.
She'll transform into a big panda.
Nice. Their fucking big form. See? Pretty tough stuff, right? Jazz, try and make an impact.
Yeah, I'm gonna go hit the teddy bear.
She's a panda.
I showed a smile a bit. As he will attempt to kick her with his foot. And she'll just block with her left hand, coated in armor and hockey. As he'll make no impact. And she'll just grab his foot. Okay. Feel like that didn't really do anything? Yep. And she'll pick him up and throw him across the deck as though to smash into it.
Nice. Ah, yeah, and you're lucky, Jazz. If you had gone all out like you probably should have, it would have probably hurt even more, because it would have just refracted back onto you.
As Ryzen will nod.
Alright.
Hockey is extremely important, especially versus Logia users.
Right.
If you can't use armament hockey, and even if you can, if it's not of a sufficient enough level, you'll never hurt them.
Adam, try and attack Ryzen.
But I can't use hockey.
I know. You need to feel what it feels like first. The first step for understanding what it needs is to understand what it fails to do. Hockey is something that's naturally within everyone, a capability anyone can unlock. You don't learn how to swim without being first drowned almost, right? Get some practice in feeling what a Logia feels like.
As Adam will, tilt his head a bit while jumping up and down a bit, hopping up and down slightly on the ground, as he tries to acclimate to the boat's, swaying. As he'll start swaying with the boat, hopping rapidly, before trying to deliver a back kick jumping over Ryzen. And his, kick would have sliced right through Ryzen's neck, having no impact, as he'll land on the ground.
He'll smirk a bit, having noted his adapting quickly to boats already. And she'll clap her hands and go, you feel anything?
Frustrated.
Ah, yeah, that's true. Not anything physical yet.
Try to imagine what it was like when you kicked in me.
Without knowing it, your body's still able to recognize these things. It's the way you start to taper your hockey the first time to connect with Logia users.
It felt different from kicking through the air. Like there was still something there.
Lee nods encouragingly.
Nah, come on, kid, let me try. As he'll push Lily out of the way and coat his right leg in hockey before kicking Ryzen, and it's just going straight through his chest. What?
A Logia user who knows what they're doing, a weak coating's not going to be enough.
As Ryzen will deliver a slight shock to him, and Chaz will just fall to the ground.
That's called the active defense.
It's... Even if you're using hockey, as long as it's not strong enough to physically force my body closed, I can, as Lee said, actively open up a way for your kick to slide.
It's something they have to develop to deal with hockey being introduced in the thing. So don't expect it's a get-out-of-jail-free card against them.
That's so cheap! As Adams is looking at Ryzen.
Come on, Jazz. Think about it this way. Once you're a master, any attack they do is just another part of their body that's vulnerable to you.
So if they have strong enough hockey, even if you spread yourself thin, you could just hit any of the thin parts.
Yeah, exactly. It'll force them to reacclimate. It'll be like they just threw their leg across the ship and you can hit it really hard. It's a really exploitable weakness if you're good enough.
How do you know what part of them you're hitting? As Yang will bounce over and pick Chaz up. That's where observation hockey comes in. It gives you a kind of sense for what part of their body is.
Even if you're not using observation hockey to avoid things, it can be used offensively as well. It's not just armament that plays dual roles like that. Observation will let you pick up on things your opponents are doing that they might not be aware of. At the level of observation hockey, I've seen some people, like Johnny for instance, it'll tell you more weaknesses about the person and openings than they're even aware of. It's as useful as armament hockey in that department.
Many would say that observation hockey is the stronger hockey in how versatile it can be.
After all, a master of observation hockey might not even have to get hit in a fight. Well, an armament master would just shrug it all off.
Alright, well, observation hockey's for people trying to be smart and shit, while armament hockey's for people that like to hit things.
That's one way to think about it. But they're both part of your body, Chaz. No matter how you see it, both of them are something that can come naturally to you. If you're able to figure out how, well, then you have to pull on it. There's general techniques people learn to encourage growth, but from person to person, well, certain people are able to visualize, interpret, or feel these feelings and unlock different ways to utilize them. To some people, observation hockey comes like catching a whiff of something on the air, and instinctively knowing where to go now. The others, it's eyesight. Or just a feeling on your neck.
Jazz will kind of crack his neck a bit and walk over to the deck of the ship. Well, shouldn't be too hard, as he'll kind of just stand there and think to himself, closing his eyes. As everyone's just kind of looking at him as he's just quiet there for a minute.
Lee smiles fondly. I like the spirit, though.
He'll step a bit forward and vomit off the side of the boat.
Ah, there it is. Think of it this way, you're in the hardest place for you to learn it. If you can figure out how to sense things through the ground, feel it tight like you're supposed to back on land, on a boat, well, stepping back on ground, you might realize your senses go a bit further than they used to.
I'll train it. Adam kind of nods as he looks at Ryzen and Lee.
Good. It can be adapted pretty quickly if you catch the right whiff of something, so if you think you've got it, hone it as hard as you can. Don't let your body get in the way. If you're hungry, just ignore it for a while. Sometimes when we're at the edge of things, we just need to push a bit ahead of ourselves. As
Adam will go stand good away from Vomit Boy as he will close his eyes and attempt to sway with the boat to try and center himself.
Smiles, nodding, knowing Adam's onto something. We'll thank Yang and Ryzen for their assistance in the lesson.
Ah, fuck! As Jazz will fall down as you see, slipping off to the side, is a phantom hand that seemed to tickle his side suddenly.
Colette.
Huh?
You don't need to make it harder for him.
I'm currently being reprimanded, Lee.
Lee's just gonna walk up to her side and grab her and pick her up. Come on, don't distract them.
Ooh, party time.
Party time.
You know, if we're really doing this, we should grab that redhead chick, Blair.
Yeah, that might be a bit hard
as you can fade out at walking down deck.
Yeah, as Lee frees Chaz and Forrest and anyone nearby from Colette.
That was fun. Anything else?
I think. No spur of the moment things immediately yet.
Sure.
He's getting in some more training stuff with the kids and practice with some of the other artists.
Mary and Aurora are likely spending most of their time together talking.
Yeah, exactly. He's giving them plenty of time to acclimate and everything.
As Colette's making sure... Colette's... very funnily enough, Colette is talking to Abby, giving her, too much to Abby's chagrin, very strong advice on being a doctor.
Yeah, right? Yeah, Lee's like, Abby, I don't know why you're being so mean to Miss Candy. She's a professional doctor.
Abby being
no, she's not.
No, she's not. As Colette puts on her glasses and just, like, espouses medical theory.
And when she's just starting to believe her, she then, like, gropes her and she's like, no. Why? Why are they like this?
My God, why?
It's because she wanted to learn about anatomy. It's because I wanted to learn.
Well, it's also spending a lot of time hanging out with Blair. Not being nearly sexual, more just trying to be her friend.
Good, thank you.
Jean is taking copious notes from Colette on how to have fun.
Thank you, Jean.
Listen, Mary Jerome, Jean barely has experience in the world off Sky Island.
But unlike everyone else, Jean's like, yeah, I want to party. This seems awesome.
Fuck yeah, fuck
this
my
is based.
Fuck my master and his single student bullshit.
This is awesome. I am down with this shit.
Fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah.
So, as you approach, I can describe Grasp Island. So, Grasp Island is a... it's known to be a fairly nice trading island because it's most famously known for its giant stone hand that's like a mountain on one side of the island.
Awesome. That
kind of looms over half the island. Like it's like an open palm, like with fingers reaching down, grasping the island.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's said that very regularly, rare gems and stones and minerals will shed themselves from the hand, from like the fingertips.
Yeah.
Falling down. That a festival is always held at this time for the villagers to gather them and trade them with outsiders.
That's fucking.
So it's a very nice town of commerce because they just have some fucking mystical giant stone hand that delivers them gems.
Just have a golden goose hand.
Yep, basically.
Awesome.
It gives them a lot of nice things.
It's fucking.
As you can see the fucking hand like
hand.
immediately.
Hand ho.
Finally here. As Lewin kind of looks off.
Man, this place is weird. I like it though.
Oh yeah, it's like a pretty good place. You could probably find some nice jewelry if you want to give Ivy a gift.
Oh, good idea, man. Thanks. Lee sighs fondly for a second. She looks for it. Man, I should probably climb that thing in honor of Carrie. You'd want me to do that if she were here.
Oh, that sounds like a good idea.
Yeah. Don't let me cheat. I want to do it myself.
Yeah, I don't think I need to help you with that, so I'll leave it to you.
Thanks.
As you arrive on the island, it will move you there. Dun, 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 dun. You arrive at the docks of Grasp Island. It seems like the village is very empty, with only a few people roaming the forlorn streets. As you walk off the docks with a couple more boats, like with some thugs and deckhands loading stuff on the boats, they seem none too perturbed. But most of the average people seem to be either in their homes or blissfully wandering the streets, trying to stay out of your way. As it seems to be a very somber atmosphere.
Huh. Yeah, this place seemed a lot more, fun in description.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
Think they're just scared of us? I mean, I get that a lot, but I've never seen this reaction.
Huh. As Kasumi looks around, I don't think they're scared. He's further away than this.
Yeah, okay.
As I will let you all split up into your group. I already have a group assigned to you if you have no complaints.
Perfect, please.
So I was going to give you the group of Kasumi, Jean, Lewin, and Forrest.
Very good.
As everyone splits off into their groups, basically gathering supplies for who's assigned to that, and just, relaxing, stretching their legs on the island.
Yeah, exploring Wanderlust. Yeah, this is big for Chaz and them. This is a new island to them. They get to the depressed island.
And you will see a sad-looking old man as you make your way out of the docking area.
Fast walk up to him and go, "Yo, old man! What's up?"
Oh, hello, dear. Are all of you travelers here?
Yeah. I heard this was a cool place to stop, but,
As I kind of look at Lewin. You're pirates, aren't you?
Yeah. Not like here to cause trouble. We're just here for supplies, though, so, turn that frown upside down, right?
Well, I'm sorry, my dear, but we're all in mourning.
But sorry.
We will still sell you the supplies you need. Just please be brief in the shops. They are... Well, it is a sad time for us all.
Sorry, old man. Who died?
What happened? As far as kind of looks curious. Our mayor. He was murdered a few days ago by a pirate.
Oh, Lee says a little awkwardly. But now understanding why he's like, please be... Why?
I do not know. That man is currently hanging out in our bar.
Wait, they're still here?
Yes, and
Ow!
I have been much too afraid to ask.
Oh. Fuck that, old man. We'll take care of him for you. No one should go around killing like a mayor unless he was an asshole. It seems like you guys liked him.
He was a kind man. He's gonna start trying
Oh,
to
jeez,
look
Grandpa,
after us
stop!
for so long.
He's like grabbing him by the shoulder and like giving him a tissue. Oh, jeez, old man, come on, stop. Stop, seriously.
Don't worry, old man. We won't cause trouble here.
Yeah, except the trouble of getting that asshole out of here.
Thank you.
Yeah, no sweat. Stop crying.
So wipe his mustache and
Lee will give him a sip from her fucking jug. Feel better.
He'll take it gladfully and stumble off.
I said sip, not the whole thing.
Thank you. As he downs it.
You.
Let me go feed my cat.
Take the jug back and look back and go. Okay. Guess that was all of it. Alright. Please head into this bar, obviously.
Alright.
I go deal with this.
As you guys can start walking off, as the force doesn't look towards you. We just like killed their mayor.
Yeah, I was hoping
and is hanging out.
Yeah, I was hoping the old man would be able to give a reason, but I mean, I guess we can just ask this fucking asshole why. If it turned out they're like fucked up here, we don't really have to do much. But
the one kind of looks around.
Yeah, I get the feeling this place is too nice for that, huh?
It didn't say he killed anyone else.
Maybe it was a personal grudge?
That's just... Oh, I mean, either way, I guess we can just go ask the guy, yeah?
Yeah, I don't want to deal with this atmosphere the whole time we're here, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the worst, we can always just shoo him off if it sounds like, you know, he had a reason for it.
Yeah.
Or we could, you know, kick his ass for fun.
Yeah. And then, like, kick someone else's ass here to, like, make it equal. I don't know. Let's just... It's over with. At least shrugs as she hears another fucking piano mournfully playing in the distance.
As that is happening.
Put away the pirate in the bar. It's Ron E. Brooks. Ron Evil Brooks.
No.
Oh. I thought I really had it. Or it's Beals.
As running through your group will be a man. I know, atmosphere change, huh?
Man. Ew.
As you can see, it seems like he's being chased by a group as they like turn a corner, and he'll like run right through you guys, basically, just like shouting right before he runs through you, just like "Excuse me, coming through," as he will attempt to run through you. Jean on reaction is attempt to just fucking hit him just because he came up behind her.
Jean hates that. Alright, let's
no, it's more like reflex, like hear noise behind me coming up back.
Ah!
Throw fist.
We're just talking about beating someone up! He's here!
Are you also going to attempt to do anything?
I mean, if he's just saying excuse me. Lee
he said excuse me and rush through you quickly.
Lee would probably grab them and be like, hold on! So,
both Jean's fists, he is going to, without even looking, just, like, it's going to just move right past him without him even paying attention to it. And he's also going to effortlessly slip by your hand as he will run past you, into the town, trying to duck into alleys as one moment.
Lee, on, memory, just tries to figure out if he stole something. This has happened a lot to her.
He didn't seem to.
That's impressive. That's also impressive that he actually dodged things.
You did see him carrying a bag that didn't look
Is it the man with the bags bag?
No.
Okay, good.
No, he doesn't want to make a mortal enemy.
Yeah, thank God.
As you will see some thugs chasing after him, and as they try to rush by you, one of them is going to attempt to shove Lee out of the way, thinking she is a common woman, just being like, move.
Excuse
this one
me?
you can't interact with more.
Yeah, Lee doesn't move as he grabs her. Excuse me? I didn't hear please.
As he's just they're all just gonna stop in their tracks. As he's gonna attempt to force you down more, honestly, just probably baffled.
Yeah, Lee is gonna stand tall glaring at him. I also didn't hear please can I feel you up either. You're missing out on a lot, buddy. What's the hurry anyway?
We're after that guy. Get out of our way.
Why?
As he's just gonna look back towards the group, is that they thought of him as their leader, but he's being disarmed in front of them. This is the power struggle.
The power dynamics are breaking down. Hey, you other chuckleheads want to say please or why?
I kind of want a time clock, lady.
Well, it's getting longer the more you fuck this up.
As one of them will just look towards the front guy, just be like, just fucking say please, let us through. Please, you. So bosses up himself saying bitch.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm a pirate, so I don't have to listen to please! She's just gonna headbutt this guy and knock him down into the ground with, your head steaming a bit from the impact as he's unconscious, and she's gonna point at them. So which one of you wants to tell me what the hurry's about?!
As a voice is gonna ring out walking down the alley, as a man is going to look over and just, start running over. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's all just calm down. As he'll look towards the thugs.
He indignantly goes, I'm calm!
As you see a man in a Japanese-style outfit.
Japanese people! Ew! Sumi, disappear quickly. You don't want to give up the goat here.
Whoa, hold on a second. Hey. As he'll the thugs will make way for him. As they'll just pick up the other guy. Very sorry about that, miss. Now, I'm the one that's giving out the orders to these guys. And I thought I told you not to make problems for anyone around here, right?
Yeah.
As they'll look at him and bow their heads towards you. We're very sorry.
Oh, what the fuck? You guys are polite? Lee's head says a bit from where she nearly killed that guy and she rubs it off. I feel bad about that. Why can't you start that shit earlier?
We're stupid.
Now you're making me feel really guilty. Lee does the disgusted face. Now
that that's over, why don't one of you take that guy to the medical bay, and the other two can go chase after our friend there.
Right. Yeah, Lee will make room to let them go and go, why are you chasing that guy?
He stole something from us.
See, they could have just said that. I've been in this spot a lot, and I catch them every time this happens.
Well, what's he going to do? What are you gonna do with hired help? As Kasumi will kind of narrow her eyes. You're Ringo. Ah.
Know this guy?
Wait. Kasumi.
Oh, man.
Mizuki? Surely.
Oh, man, and I thought this Kodai people all knowing each other's thing was like a joke.
He is a famous warring Kodai, right? He'll kind of raise a finger. I'm right here. I can introduce myself. Nice to meet you all. I am Ringo, the Ghost Blade. I used to be a wandering warrior in Kodai.
Oh.
As you'll notice a very thin katana at his side.
Yeah. Lee looks over at Kasumi. Wait, does that mean he's a sleeping lion or one of the other things?
He would be classified as a sleeping lion.
Got it, thanks. I'm getting it. Lee looks back. Yeah, nice to meet you. I'm Lee Ali.
It's nice to meet you as well.
Man, you're chasing a weird guy.
As Lillian will look back towards him, as Jean is also looking at her hand, being like, what the fuck can I hit him?
I mean, he's no amateur thief. At least in escape tactics.
No. That's why I'm looking for him right now, as I don't think our hired help can truly muster up what it takes.
Oh yeah, they're fun. It was like a, I don't know, like a breeze or something.
I think I recognize that.
Huh?
As the one kind of looks towards him.
Oh, it was martial arts?
Yeah, the way he dodged was pretty familiar. But I couldn't place it for sure. That's definitely trained, though.
Oh, shit.
Those weren't lucky moves.
Really?
No.
Oh, shit! I'm gonna go catch up with him, then. I wanna learn how to do that.
As Rango's gonna smile. Do you want to just run off?
Yeah, he's gonna run off.
Sure. As Kasumi will come up to him. That is the daughter of Grace Baki. So make sure you're polite. And he's just gonna open his eyes a bit wide. Oh.
Face.
He's just gonna be pretty caught off guard as you can run off. So you have choice. Are you going towards wherever that guy ran towards, or the bar?
Wherever that guy ran towards. Lee's been distracted.
Okay.
So get to the bar later. He said he's been there the whole time.
Running right next to you, Machine.
Based. Yeah, we're gonna miss this one either, eh, Marks?
He dodged my strike. I can't really let that, lie down.
I know, it pisses me off. It feels like he caught me off guard. I want to see if I can do it when I'm actually trying.
As you can run off towards him.
Poor body. You're gonna show up again and be like, fuck off, guys!
What the fuck?
We're so scary. Fuck, boss. What?
Alright. As they're running through the town, there are empty streets.
Man, this place really got hit hard. We'll finish this quick, then go deal with the pirate.
As you are running, thankfully your observation hockey is pretty fucking good.
Hell yeah.
So you manage to catch up to Tristan, as he's just walking through an empty street, kind of throwing his bag up and down, catching in one hand.
Oh yeah, and if Lee was fast before, after weightlessness, she's super fucking speedy now. So as Lee's hopping from a roof, she's going to jet down towards him, trying to kick him in the back with a dive kick suddenly propelled out of nowhere.
As you dive kick down on him, he's going to sidestep your kick without looking at you and just kind of take a couple steps away.
Oh,
Whoa!
Cool! As Lee skids down the street, smoke coming from her palms. Damn, it's not even a fluke!
Whoa, did I do something to you?
Yeah, you left without saying anything! What's it called? I don't recognize it, and my buddy doesn't either, Lee says as she stood up, just scratching her chin. Mm-hmm.
What's what called?
It's definitely
brand?
Not... No, idiot, Lee says, rolling her eyes. It's not the wind flying pick. That would be a little too many steps for what you were doing. It's not the eel.
As you're gonna see his expression sour. He knows martial artists.
Yeah, we're also martial artists.
Yeah, well, I'm not.
Yes,
so
you are.
he's just gonna attempt to turn and run.
Lee is already in the direction he is, sliding against the ground as she, did a weightless... You know those
You are much faster than him, for reference.
Remember that one chapter of Facade and it showed off what his style was, where it's the kicks off the ground? That's how Lee moves, where she, kicks quickly with, a light tap. But because she has weightlessness, she, shoots across the ground like she's a video game character hitting peak momentum quick. As she's in front of him now with, a kick of dirt off the ground. Whoa, 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 whoa. No. What'd you say? You said you're not a martial artist? What are you talking about?
I'm not a martial artist, how?
What? Did that shit just come naturally to you?
As he's gonna adjust his glasses to cover his eyes. No, it didn't.
Yeah, exactly. Then what's your beef, dude? What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with you? And
You just said you're not a martial artist.
As he looks back to his Gina, looks up and down and smiles for a bit, and then looks back to his face serious. What's...
Why didn't I get an up and down? Lee says, offended.
As he looks like he got off guard, because he tried to do a dive kick on me. That's kind of too, focused.
What? You got enough leg in there.
Okay, I will admit,
Thank you.
You are pretty hot.
Thank you.
You're a martial artist, so that really knocks things down a bit.
Well, so are you!
You guys are crazy!
No, you're the one denying reality here.
Okay, just because I know the techniques and went through the training doesn't mean I want to be. I gave that shit up.
Gene, is this guy, making any sense to you?
Jean kind of looks towards him and tilts her head. Are you a single master student? Yeah.
We're not all like that!
I can sympathize. Lee, you weren't meant to be. You just happened to be.
Yeah, that's true. Lee folds her arms.
Yeah, I kind of points towards Lee. So you don't know how fucking bullshit it is.
Not just a single master once, who says, grimacing, thinking of Master Cliff. In her head, who's got an arm around a woman 10 years younger than him, doing a little wave going, see ya.
So don't fucking tell me what I am and as he's fully focused on you, some fans are going to, with some string around them, are going to encircle him, catching him in his brief moment of unawareness, and tie him up. As a woman is going to jump down from the roof and land on her feet.
Bro, I knew it. I knew it. Let's fucking go.
I was thinking when he literally did not even say a fucking word to him and left, I was like, okay, he probably figured it out.
So
it's not super
so
crazy by the name.
So happy.
To tell you.
Yeah.
Literally the entire time, ever since I first started posting that to you.
Yeah, I knew. I was like, yeah, I got a feeling. I got hope. This wouldn't be escalating this fast. Very based.
Remember when I said you need a merchant?
Based! Alright. Lee is going to look offended and goes, what the fuck, dude? You got caught by fans?
Yeah, this is kind of constricting him, and he's trying to break free, but this is not. What the fuck?
What, does it only work on grabs or something? That's disappointing. It looked better than that.
As he looks towards her, hey, I don't know where your bag went. As you saw him just drop it and just kick it behind him.
Oh, here it is. This is picking it up.
She'll walk towards him, lowering the string. I didn't care much about the bag. I cared about the intent. I won't just let you getting away from stealing from me.
Whoa, lady, please. I need this guy. I need to study him. You can have your bag back.
As Lee can throw it towards her, and she'll just land on the ground next to her. I still have to dole out proper punishment to him for what he did.
Damn it. Oh, I'm in good form, so you can show me how he did that. I only got one view of it.
Yeah, fuck both of you, by the way.
Hey, that's rude.
If you want, you can attempt to see how much he can dodge tied up.
You know, that's actually a good idea.
No,
Does it work just with footwork? Or do you need your body?
I can't do it tied up.
Yeah, I can't wait to see this. Lee says, catching on his quick attempt to get it untied.
As he's attempting to untie, do you want to do anything? It's very unsuccessful in trying to get himself out of this.
No, Lee's just gonna trying while she's still behind over here, she's gonna try and give him a kick, in the back to see if she can hit him closer to the woman.
He'll just, duck it ever so slightly.
Ooh, see, it's that martial artist instinct that gave away that you were lying.
Yeah, it's not worth it. It's not worth any of it. Now, can you let me go if I tell you I'm not interested in a friendly fight?
This doesn't really look friendly. You did steal from her.
So you're like the other guy, huh? You're just single-minded.
I mean, it seems like you caused this on your own, buddy. Why'd you steal it anyway?
Did you take a look at that bag? Is it like to lower his glasses and look at you?
Could have at least tried to say you had a sick mother or something. Come on.
I have a sick mother. She needs help. I need the money to save her.
I'll pay for her tombstone, don't worry.
As you want to hit him again?
Yeah.
As once again, it will seem unsuccessful, as it seems like he barely even has to put any thought into the movement.
Yeah, Lee's spending most of her time, like, eyes trained on him, trying to absorb what he's doing. And she'll lower. She did, like, a high jumping kick this time, like, up, trying to catch, like, most of his body, so it was hard to dodge.
Saying this is, like, a byproduct of hockey is just untrue.
Yeah.
It looks like from your observations and your attempt to speed up and it not doing... Like, you are markedly faster than him. You can tell. You have the superior speed, which is the greatest advantage in combat.
Yeah.
But it seems like whatever's giving him, like, the natural, like, sixth sense to dodge attacks is, like, ingrained in him. He probably spent his entire life training this.
Lee smiles a little bit. Good, it's not just observation hockey.
Yeah, it's not. Oh, look, I can dodge things. It's not super fucking impressive, is it? As he's tightening it.
Yeah, it is. What are you talking about? All those blows could have killed someone. If I was trying.
That's like, he'll stop even paying attention to your fists as he's attempting to untie himself.
So, what's the punishment you had in mind, lady? Because if it's like breaking any of his limbs, I don't want that to happen.
I was gonna drag him back to Ringo and give him a beating. But I would stop from decapitating anything.
I mean, that'd be good. I want him kind of healthy. I mean, if he stole something from you, who am I to say no?
Do you know, as she's gonna walk towards him, what we traditionally do to people who stole things back in Kodai?
Oh, you're also from Kodai. That makes sense.
No?
Yeah, I'm curious too. What do you do?
Well, we'd cut off their hands.
Oh, really? He looks disgusted.
Oh, thank God we're not in Kodai.
Yeah, what the fuck? That's way too harsh.
I shall look towards Lee. It's a very old practice that went out of fashion.
Yeah, you guys have a lot of those. You gotta fix... We have a lot of those. We gotta fix that.
You'll kind of look towards Lee. You're from Kodai.
Yeah, I've never been there, though. Just from my mom's side. Long story.
You did certainly have a degree of familiarity to you.
Oh, thanks!
Okay, I want to try.
Yeah, go for it. We'll see.
As Shane's going to attempt to hit him, he's going to, again, move more and more. As then he is going to take this opportunity of assuming kind of looking at Lee as she was speaking to her, to jump onto Jane's fist, jump off it, and pull the fans away from Asami. As he can't free himself from the bindings, but he's now free to move. As she's gonna look at her fans that just hit the ground and kind of like look at them and look at him. You do know how expensive those were, right? I'm sorry. But I gotta go. I see he's going to jump up onto a building and attempt to run away.
I could probably catch him for you if you want.
As Eugene's gonna smile and already be running off.
Hey! No fair! Head start! Gonna hop off the ground and attempt to go jumping off with, like, fire feet propelling her up into the air apropos of a jump.
As you attempt to go off, you are going to see Tristan get blown from the building and hit the ground.
Lee's gonna fucking pause in midair and slowly just, like, descend. What the fuck?
God damn it.
You let everyone else hit you?
I was kinda in the air.
Oh, so it doesn't work in the air. Thanks, Tristan.
Yeah, it's not very special. No point in digging any further.
Nah, I can improve it. What the fuck was that, anyway? Lee says as she looks over.
At who?
Well, who hit him? Was it just Jean?
Yeah, it was Jean.
Oh, sorry. You just say he's blown out of the air. I didn't know what you meant, yeah.
So, jump down from the building. As, Lewin will catch up to you with Forrest, Ringo, and Kasumi.
Ooh. Looks like the guy... Oh, man. Looks like this is getting worse for you, buddy. You know, your biggest problem, I think, is that you've got, like, attitude about this thing. Like, you could have just said, like, yeah, I'll show you how it works, and I could have helped you get away.
No. As everyone will start to be walking out, Mary, Aurora, and Adam coming from a different side. You don't understand. That'd be compromising. Admitting that I, am still part of that life. Not gonna do that.
Man, that's kind of sad how dedicated you are. So what's your fucking problem, man?
What's my problem, she says. Yeah. I wonder. So look at you with, like, pain in his eyes. Oh. Okay, I think I recognize it now. That's the ghost style. You. Fuck.
Little rack her brain to see if she knows anything about it.
It's not a very seen cell, but it's very famous for having probably the best discipline and like martial discipline in terms of like how rigorously they train their single student.
Yeah.
And having probably the best avoidance techniques of any martial art.
Right. Whoa, the ghost style. That makes sense.
Oh, so you caught him. As Ringo will walk up a bit. Whoa, Lee. As Jean will look up. I got the hit, so I think it's only fair that you let me finish this.
Fine. You're
fucking fair. As Aurora will kind of look over as Asami will walk up to you. Well, I think it's fair to let you all have your fun. I think this is enough punishment, seeing how angry he seems to be at you.
Oh, cool. Thanks, ma'am. Yeah, he really doesn't like the martial arts thing for some reason. I gotta figure that out.
And she'll kind of look at you and give you like a slight bow. Asami Kurin.
Oh, alright. Sorry, Lee does a little head dip herself. Yeah, Lee, nice to meet you. Vice Captain of the New Dawn Pirates.
Next head of the Kurin group.
What's that?
As Kasumi will appear next to you. Lee, it is the largest merchant group in Kodai.
Really? Oh, that's why you got all this stuff. Cool.
I didn't know that the young mistress of the Kurin group would be, or the young lady of the Kurin group would be here.
Yeah. You guys doing trade out here or something?
Yes, she'll give you a smile. There's a lot of business matters that I wish to attend to in the outside world. But I she'll look towards Tristan, like, trying to get away from Jean as she's walking up smiling. I believe I can explain them later if you'd like to sit down over tea.
Oh, yeah, that'd be great. I gotta catch this right now, though. Lee says as she smiles over towards Jean and closing towards him. As
Jean will run up, she will basically lay on her feet, attempt to move through him, doing her form of her rodeo drive, her heaven and earth style techniques. And you will see her fist almost impact with him, but almost fade through his body like a ghost, as he will just appear in the same spot without it making contact. God damn it! It worked for these fucking bindings.
Well, he kind of whistles that he actually managed to, like, almost kind of dodge it. Wow. This idiot could be way better than this if he just wasn't so difficult.
Now listen, Jalapeno, it's not because I'm not skilled. I'm just bound.
Oh,
As Jean will keep attempting to hit him. As he'll keep dodging down, like more and more, and he looks towards Leah. Can you call up dog? Ooh, you really deserve this.
Yeah, why did you make this worse for yourself, man?
As he'll look towards Leah one more time. Just stop! This is getting tiring. As he's moving back and forth, Adam's gonna look towards him. How long can he do that for?
I don't know, but I really want to find out.
I could do this all day! As he's attempts to say day, Jean will finally connect with his chest, sending him flying as she was doing full power attacks.
Awesome.
And he will hit the ground.
Is an eyebrow seeing if he's out or not. Oof.
He seems to be out.
What does her medical opinion say?
Seems like his heart stopped.
Oh. God damn it. Leo'll start doing chest compressions on him.
As Jean will run up, it seems like the like a vast amount of like thread binding his body is getting in the way. As Asami will walk over as the children start to walk up. And grab her fans and release her bindings.
Thanks, I didn't want to break those. They look nice. As Leo will go back to trying to start his heart again.
And on the bindings being released, Christian will disappear.
Yeah, that seems
like in that single moment. And your observation hockey will let it flare as he appears on a building like across the street.
He'll blink and sigh and go, kind of felt like that was coming. Heart stopped too. That's good.
As he's drenched, as you see him like drenched in sweat, looking like that took a lot of stamina to move like that. As he's going to be on top of the building, huffing. Ghost style, secret technique, awesome dance.
I get it.
As he's going to jump down from the building in the other alley and run away.
Damn it, if he didn't have such a rotten personality, I'd be really impressed with him.
As Lewin will look towards Jean and Leia, so he'll just appear. You want me to go after him, or do you two want to finish what you started?
I want to finish what I started, I think, but...
Not if I beat you to it.
Yeah, fuck you, Jean! You're not getting there first!
As you two can run off. Them to the side. Unfortunately for Tristan, he's not very hard to track.
Yeah.
Especially when he's, like, really tired. As he was dodging you and Jean for, like 15 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. He's impressed he's kept it up this long. That's pretty good.
As you will see him, you'll find him, like, in an alleyway, just, like, huffing and puffing as he's, like, sitting on the ground, like, leaned up against a wall.
We'll hop down next to him. Hey.
Jean took a different direction. You beat her here.
Eat shit, Jean.
Fuck.
He'll dig in her pouch and throw him a bottle of water. Here.
Nice. And so just like start drinking it, like just finishing in like 2 seconds.
And that was pretty good. Figuring out how to stop your heart's pretty hard.
Yeah, you're telling me that was a hell of a fucking training session to learn how to do it.
Yeah, mine wasn't much better.
I got a fine death, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I did too.
You still give me shit.
Oh. So wait, your master was like an asshole.
You know how they train the ghost style?
I could probably think of a joke, but no, I don't know the details.
You better be ready to dodge every second of your life since you were like, I don't know, like 3?
Ooh.
Involved a lot of hitting, especially out of nowhere. until I stopped being hit. That's when the actual training started.
Ah, yeah. Only nods along empathetically for a second.
Not exactly fun. Master always said, hey, this is how I was trained. Doesn't really make it, endearing.
Well, no, I guess. Lee's like rolling her tongue trying to think of how to phrase this politely. But it came out with a pretty good result.
Yeah, guess I did learn a couple tricks. That's why I'm gonna thank the old man by using them for anything but what he wanted me to.
Well, that's just fucked up, man. I mean, come on, he devoted his life to training you, it sounds like.
Looks like he fucked up.
No, it looks like he did his job well.
He's just gonna, just grimace at you.
What? It's
Listen,
true.
I'm free now, so I'm gonna explore the ocean and meet a ton of you girls.
Wait, did you not sign up or something?
Sign up? No. He's my grandfather.
Oh, Lee nods. I see.
Apparently Dad didn't have the talent.
Oof. What, they just threw you to him?
Grandpa asked. And they said it'd be good for me. I'd learn some things.
Well, you did, but, yeah, that's, since you were free, how old are you now?
24.
No, I'm surprised you're so normal if that's how you grew up.
Oh, trust me, I had to study basic things, too. I had to learn how to do everything normally. Just add in some crazy old man trying to beat the shit out of you.
You know, I didn't know how to talk till I was 12. Sorry, I was just reminiscing. Learning normal things. I get that.
Yeah. Listen.
Weirded out. You gave me your life backstory, and I give you a little bit, and you look weirded out. That's mean, dude. Come on.
Listen, I didn't want to tell you. I didn't even want to see you again.
Once again, I'm kind of offended.
I just wanted to set out to sea and see a nice, big-breasted woman to take care of me. Is that so much to ask? As Jean is gonna jump down from the roof? Oh, damn it.
Yeah,
What, you just wanted to meet some girls? Yeah? And she's just gonna give him a kiss on the cheek?
He's gonna raise an eyebrow at her.
As they're gonna see his glasses covering his eyes?
Wow, no method too untoward, huh?
I guess martial arts aren't that bad.
You gotta be shitting.
So, you got any more water?
Yeah. Jean's she's gonna dig in her bag a little bit and go to hand it to him. Look over at Jean. Like, old guy martial artist like this? Thinking about, Chaz. She hands him the water.
I suppose if they don't get to see any girls growing up.
Oh god, you're right.
Oh,
yeah,
man,
there
he's
weren't
just jumping
any.
in the water. Oh, that's better. Man, I'll tell you, that one technique takes a lot out of me. It's about, stopping your heart and then moving really fast when you see the opportunity. It's kind of hard to see the opportunity when you're dead.
So your awareness while you're out is kind of hard still.
Takes a lot of focus.
Yeah. Well, if you still divert enough shut to your eyes, it kind of works out well. Plus, if you master your observation hockey in the right way, it's like blind seeing.
Yeah, you see, hockey blooms from extreme pain to hardship.
Yeah, I got the rigmarole course on how to get mine. I figure you got yours earlier, though?
Yeah, I could use observation hockey when I was 8.
Damn, you're really Sorry, right. Forgot you didn't want to.
So, you said your name was Sheen? How about you give me another fight, then ask?
Yeah, dude.
Alright, it's kind of embarrassing.
Yeah, a little bit. Alright, let's start this off better anyway, now that we solved the immediate crisis. Lee says as she dusts her hands off. I'm Lee. Lee Ali.
Gene marks. Christian Bay. Oh, this explains why you're so tough.
Oh.
Open palm in heaven and earth.
Yeah, Lee smiles as she gives a peace sign. And that other dude who wanted to catch you's the adept, so you were fucked either way, buddy.
Yeah, I kinda recognize the Warlord.
You'd be surprised. Some of the people we've met so far haven't.
The fuck would set out to sea without knowing that kind of thing?
Well, to be fair, we kind of picked them up.
Alright. Yeah, nice to meet you. I'm the, master of the ghost style. As he looks at Sheen and smiles.
Oh, nice pickup line. He'll look over, give Jean a side glance, and go. And raise an eyebrow, like, really?
She'll just like give you a bit of like a head shake, mostly conveying to you it's like I sympathize with him.
Ah, gotcha. Well, you want to go in the high seas, right?
Yeah.
Tell you what, I got a deal with you. You stop being such a prick, and you give me more demonstrations of this, and we'll let you on the boat.
Well, I mean, it beats sailing around stealing shit.
Yeah, it really does.
Like I was gonna run some fucking, like, samurai or some shit.
Yeah, really unlucky there, but you'd be surprised.
Hey, it worked the past couple islands.
How many islands have you stolen from?
Like 12?
They at least deserve it.
Does it matter?
You steal from assholes, not from, like, nice, poor people.
The pirates didn't give a shit.
Oh, God, I hate people like you. It's nuanced, okay? You just do what you want. I don't want to steal from people who don't deserve it. What am I, an asshole?
You did hit me.
Yeah, you deserved it,
you attempted to hit me.
Lee glares at him. I wasn't trying to kill you. Unlike Jean.
She'll shrug.
I was being a little too self-conscious. You know, I've killed too many people before. Kind of trying to break the cycle.
Alright.
Yeah.
He looks like a bit intimidated.
That's right. Lee mumbles to herself after that, after she set him straight.
As you guys are getting back to the group, he'll just kind of mumble, fucking better than the last guy.
Huh? She'll kind of turn back after that. Or, sorry, were you going to say something?
No, as he can get back to the group, he can explain that later.
Alright. All settled?
As Asami is counting the bag. As she'll look towards Christian. You didn't give back everything you took.
Bad call, dude. I mean, we were coming right back here.
Ah, fuck.
How much was it?
He'll just take off his shoe and take off, like, just a basic rock and give it to her. She'll just look at it and smile and put it in her bag.
What was that? Cool?
It's like a very round rock.
Wait, it's just a rock? He looks at the song.
Apparently, it was like on a fancy pedestal. I thought it was like something special, but it's just a rock.
What's the rock for?
My collection.
You collect rocks?
Yes.
Huh. Alright. Lee shrugs. See, you stole something personal. That's really rude, dude. That's what I'm talking about.
Ah, shit. Sorry, I thought it was valuable.
It's valuable to her, man.
As you can, get into town.
Oh, you like that one?
Yeah.
Attitude. Someone.
As, people can break up a bit. As Tristan is enjoying talking to Jean.
Yeah, I bet. A woman touched me and kissed me. Dude, I'm fucking set.
Fucking base, this is the closest I've ever been to a woman.
It just sighs. G and I guess. We will kind of make our way back over towards this group. I'll look back at Asami and Ringo and go, oh yeah, sorry about that. I kind of bailed on both of you mid-conversation for that guy. What were we talking about?
As Asami will smile at you. It's nothing. It's just good that I got back what I was owed.
Oh yeah, definitely. No, you're stealing from a nice person.
As I was saying, and she'll kind of look at you again, I am Asami Kurin. Some people pronounce it Crane.
Oh, like the bird legs. With legs. I get it.
Yes, and she'll give you a smile and then extend like her arm into a wing.
Oh, cool! Nice, there's zone 2?
Yes, I ate the devil fruit of my house.
Oh. So some of the dragon houses also have those?
Yes, it isn't a mythical devil fruit like the zones of the dragons, but it is sacred to my family. It's been passed down through the generations.
Man, you guys in Kodai really do have it figured out with that stuff. I can't wait to figure that out.
As Kasumi will look towards you. The Kurin group is the largest financial group and merchant guild in all of Kodai. There are several hundred different merchant organizations and groups, but they are the largest, holding a presence in every one of the different rows of Kodai.
He whistles. Wow, we're like a oh, sorry.
We're one of the few merchant groups that has a strong presence in the Mink tribe within Kodai.
He whistles a bit. Damn. I've got like a magnet for running into people from Kodai who are special. I mean, I guess it works out in the end, but still. Shit. Well, nice to meet you guys then.
Lee, Mistress Lee here is also special, as she looks towards Asami.
It's so weird to hear that. Oh, yeah. My mom's the immortal, so I found out like a month ago.
She's gonna like look towards you and like eye you up and down a bit. Well, Lee, that makes a lot of sense actually.
No, I hear that more often than not. Thanks.
You did resemble Mistress Grace in quite a few ways.
Aw, thanks! That means a lot. She's cool.
You seem to have the same strength to you. And beauty she does.
Ah, I'd like to think so. Thanks. Yeah, that's a pretty big compliment.
As Kasumi kind of looks towards her, shouldn't you be using some honorifics considering her position?
Huh?
Asumi looks towards Kasumi and then back towards Lee. She doesn't look like the type of person that would like to have honorifics.
Oh shit, Lee reaches over and smacks on the back. You get me, Asami, thanks! I hate that shit. It's weird.
And besides, I'd wish for us to have a closer relationship.
Hey, sure.
So, there's no need for things like that. Please, just call me Asami, as you have been.
Oh, thank God, you're like Makoto. This is way easier.
Oh, you're familiar with the princess.
Yeah, we made pals back in Mary Drum. She was there with, oh, fuck, I forgot her name on the spot.
Shino.
Alright, Shino. Fucking love you. Yeah, she was there with Shino for the tournament. It was cool.
I suppose it is right that you make such fast friends with people of your caliber.
Aw, thanks. It's kind of weird. It's not like she knew I was, like, related to, Mom back then, so it really was happenstance.
The princess is such a kind, well, caring lady.
Yeah, she's cool.
And people view Shino with intimidation given her being a mink. But she leads her people well, which is why I'm happy to establish a better trade route with them after the war.
Yeah. I heard a lot about that stuff.
Asami here is a revolutionary in Kodai in the merchant sector. And she'll just nod. At the age of 10, she invented a specific cream with the help of some scientists she paid and marketed it towards the geisha of the mistress's fourth row. They spread the word of it being a magical cream that reinvigorated the body. As Asami will nod, any woman that would apply it before they went to bed and when they woke up would find their youth restored by 10 to 20 years.
Whoa, no shit, really? That's pretty cool.
It would let any woman gracefully age into, well, the oldest of age is retaining their youthful appearance and beauty.
Oh shit, can I buy some off you? I want to see what's in it.
I shall give you a smile. You have no need to buy any. I'll offer you as much as you want for free.
Ah, I can do that.
Please, think of it as a gift in exchange for our budding relationship.
Sure, I'll figure out to get you something later, I guess, then. Maybe I can, like, I don't know, reverse engineer something from it. I'm kind of okay with that sort of stuff, chemistry and stuff. Comes with being a doctor.
Forced to walk up. You guys said you were merchants, right? As they'll look towards Ringo and Asami. As Ringo will nod. Largest ones in Kodai.
Think of what I'm thinking, Forrest?
Yeah, didn't Ivy say we needed some of those?
Yeah. Now, if you guys are looking for an up-and-coming place that needs some establishment and will be a real hotbed for trade and all that, the Sunset Isle, our home... fuck me. Our home base nearby is really expanding pretty soon. If you're interested, scout the place out, see what we got coming in. You might find something pretty valuable there.
Asami will look at you and just grab your hands with hers and look at you very hastily. Really?
Yeah, he'll raise an eyebrow. Yeah, really. Seriously.
I've been traveling around outside of Kodai after convincing, she kind of just told him, my father to let me leave to explore the outside world.
Oh.
We already have a tight grip on the merchant sphere of Kodai. So the next step to grow ourselves and our group is to expand to the outside world. And plus, many of the people in Kodai and the citizens have a deep fascination with the trinkets outside the kingdom.
Oh, that's good. I was worried you guys were too concerned with your own stuff. Yeah, I'd be happy to help with that sort of thing. I gotta get more familiar with what's like back home. That I've never been to anyway at some point, so this would be helpful. Thanks.
It'd be ignorant of us to truly only look inwards for growth. The future lies outside of our kingdom.
Oh, yeah, I can see why you're sort of like an up-and-comer. That's some good talk. I like it.
So, I would love, Lee, if you would allow us to establish a branch on your island.
Oh, please, you'd be doing us a favor more than anything. Don't sweat it. Thanks.
We can discuss the terms at a later date once we fully start operations.
Yeah, of course. Awesome. Man, this is sweet.
But here, allow me to, as she's thinking, give you a taste of what I'm offering.
Okay.
As she'll kind of clap her hands a bit, and you will see some samurai appear as they will walk out carrying picnic baskets and blankets as they will set up a picnic.
Wow. Those guys are pros.
And so they'll nod and like in thanks for the compliment.
Yeah, he'll give them a little bow impressed. Oh shit. Oh shit, if you're offering, you'll smile.
As everyone can sit down for a picnic. As Asami will look towards the samurai. You see Aurora trying a rice bun, or a rice ball.
Yeah.
As Asami will look towards the samurai, I brought some help from back home. Like my closest samurai and my bodyguard Ringo.
Ah, got it. You seem pretty competent, she said, looking over at Ringo.
Thanks. He is a well-renowned warrior, one of the strongest wandering warriors in Kodai, before he joined up with the Kuren group.
Oh, cool. Think we could spar sometime?
Well, if I have the time, I certainly would enjoy it.
Nice! Oh, there's plenty of people who want to meet some Kodai swordsmen also back home. Maybe Zarin, especially.
Sounds like fun. I've been interested in seeing the swordsmanship of those outside the kingdom.
Oh yeah, it's definitely something.
Ringo here, up until last year, just spent his days wandering the countryside, fighting against other prominent figures in Kodai. And I'd say I'd held myself fairly well.
That's pretty cool. Were you just doing it to train, or were you looking for something?
Trying to live up to something. As he'll take his blade out, like not out of its sheath, but just from his hip and toss it towards you.
This thing's light.
Yeah, I didn't know. It feels like almost nothing.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think I've ever felt a sword like this before.
Exactly. It's a one-of-a-kind, crafted by a master blacksmith. And I'm trying to live up to the gift he gave me through this.
He smiles and cut nicely at that comment. That's a good goal, then, we will say. She gently passes it back to him.
A sword like this deserves, well, all the dedication I can give it.
I get that. It's like martial arts in our style. Right, Tristan?
What? Yeah.
Ow.
So, Sheen, like you were saying.
Lee's, like, bewildered looking over there. Wow, holy shit, that really got him fast. What's up with guys? Lee just shakes her head. She turns back to the conversation.
But Lee.
I
would like to inform you, I have a very close relationship with Mrs. Grace.
Oh yeah, and really?
Many of the geishas of the 4th row. Yes.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Cool.
The geisha of Mrs. Grace's establishments are truly the most knowledgeable people in Kodai. If there's any current trends, they'll know about it. They have the ear of some of the strongest people and most influential people in the kingdom.
Yeah, that makes sense. Heard a lot about the place. Sounds so cool.
And she'll smile. If I can make friends with them and convince them of the worthwhileness of my products, then I can effectively convince the entire kingdom.
Damn. You really got your finger on the pulse on that sort of thing, then.
You could say I was born with the natural inclination towards it.
Yeah, but it probably took a lot of hard work, right?
And she'll look towards you for a moment and look a bit blank as you gave her a genuine compliment when most people were like, yeah, I mean, you're just born into it, right?
Yeah, Lee just smiles at her. So, cool work. Looking forward to see it myself someday.
Thank you. I can obviously see that you spent your life dedicated to your craft, and it shows.
Aw, thanks. Yeah.
The muscles on your body are exquisite.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's a lot of regimenting, healthy eating, and stuff like that, you know. Helps being a doctor and all, and being a martial artist. You get, like, the best physique ever.
You'll have to tell me about it more sometime.
Sure, yeah. I could show you, like, routines and stuff I do. Oh, I guess I could do some, like, basic stretch work and stuff. And masseuse stuff if you're interested.
Are you... You also practice masseuse work just like Mistress Baki.
Yeah, right? It was a real coincidence when she told me that sort of stuff. It's where I started too. I don't know all the kind of stuff she could do, but while she visited, she showed me a few things. I've been doing a lot of research into Kodai stuff from some of the books we got, so I got some new ideas for it. But it's a homegrown style for me.
She'll touch her neck and shoulder a bit. That is something I would give you a fortune for.
Ah, it's free. We're pals. I enjoy my
are.
work. Don't worry.
Well, I'll take you up on that as soon as you're able.
Oh, sure. Sounds great.
And I promise, I will bring many riches and exotic goods to your island.
He smiles a bit. Well, cool. I like the confidence. All right. That'll be a good business for all of us then.
Ringo, send word to Father that I've found a partner and that we're going to establish a branch, an official one. The first one outside the kingdom.
Oh man, Captain's gonna be pumped.
I don't think he'll be too surprised at how soon this happened, but... Well, once I'm informed of who we're working with, I don't think he has any room to complain.
Oh shit! Lee just stands up suddenly. I forgot about that guy at the fucking bar! Lee's gonna grab like another rice ball and shove it in her mouth. I gotta go deal with that.
As Asami will look towards you as you're like starting to move. You have nothing to fear, but that man is definitely a sleeping lion.
Oh, you saw him already?
Yes. When he was leaving the mayor's house, I was one of the first to report what happened.
Oh shit. Hey, do you have any idea what that was all about? Old guy I talked to just said he murdered him and nothing else more. Was there like a fight? Did they or something?
No, it was not a fight. More in line with an execution. But after he left, I went in to check on the situation, sending in some samurai to make sure no one else was hurt, and some to inform the other townspeople. He did not steal anything or hurt anyone else in their household. He merely killed their mayor.
He kind of grimaces a bit. Damn, this is getting weirder. I figured you at least might have taken something.
I can tell you this. He's not nearly as strong as you are, but he does have a certain danger about him. Nothing I think someone of your caliber must be afraid of.
Well, I'll be careful nonetheless. Thanks.
And she'll give you a smile.
I'll be back real quick after I deal with this, then.
As you're walking, one of the samurai will offer you a handkerchief to wipe the rice.
Oh, thanks, man. Wow, you guys are good. That's impressed.
As you can see the smile under his helmet, as he enjoys being complimented on his work.
Based, he gives him a thumbs up.
As it seems, her samurai are a bit less like like touchy than Ray's.
These guys are right. Yeah.
These artists is like, if they pay me well, people are giving me compliments.
They work for a merchant company. They don't have to worry about nobles.
Yeah, they get paid very well.
Yeah. Spritzel.
Leaving the bird behind.
No, I'll be back. I love the funny bird.
Let's see. As Lee's running through the streets, once again she'll note the empty feeling in the town.
Yeah.
As she'll see some window, like people peer out at her before closing them before she looks over.
And she grimaces a little bit. It was easy to forget during this picnic. Jeez.
As you sit out in this depressed town with no villagers having a picnic.
Yeah, exactly. It was really nice, and then she remembered, oh yeah, right. I can relax after this.
As you can enter the dusty, small little bar. As there's just a barkeeper wiping his glasses, trying to not speaking with this man, as the man's just enjoying a drink.
Oh, awkward. Jesus Christ.
As he seems to have, not like a wide smile, but more of a self-satisfied smile on his face.
Thrown the door open. make her way across the bar. Or to
And
the
so
bar.
he'll tap on the bar, and the barkeep will serve you a drink.
Okay, we will sit next to. We'll kind of like. She won't sit down. She'll like put her arm on the bar next to him and take out, like, give him a once over.
I insist. On the house.
Lee just kind of gives him a weird squint.
He'll look at you. I'm quite a big fan of your work, Lee. I'm surprised to meet you here.
Huh. Right. Yeah. Well, no need for me to do an introduction, I guess. Are you the guy that killed the mayor?
Yes. As the guy just like looks at his drink and just takes it, while still just answering fairly frankly, not trying to beat around the bush at all.
You plan on like staying here for a while?
I'm merely waiting for my supplies to be done. I did order these things before going about my business.
Right.
But they should be done shortly, and then I'll stop bothering the townsfolk. I've mostly been holed up here in the bar, far away from all of them.
Right, so why did you kill the mayor?
And so just like look towards you, once again just looking at you for a moment with a slight smile. An old grudge.
Feel like elaborating a little bit? Lisa just she kind of sits down, sensing that he's not immediately like, 'cause I'm crazy!
Sure, but after I'm done, if you're satisfied, I'd ask for you to recount how you burned down Nina's lobby.
Huh, sure, okay.
I'd love to hear such a wild story of, well, the super rookies that did something no one else has.
Oh, sure, fine.
As he'll take a sip of his drink. It's not much of a story. The mayor was a former pirate. As he like kind of scoffs at the word. Who wronged me many years ago. We got into a scuffle, both of us left alive, but I don't forget what happened.
Got in a fight with him a long time ago, so you came back and, like, what, jumped him? You hold on to a grudge that bad?
It's not so much a grudge. More like we promised each other we'd kill each other one day, and I just happened to be the only one that remembered it.
Oh, okay. He says.
Besides, as he like looks at his drink a bit, the fool thought he could stop being a pirate.
What, that pisses you off that much? Not everyone needs to sail till the days are over. Oh. People got responsibilities and shit.
It's not so much it pisses me off. It's that he acted like none of it ever happened. You can settle down. But once someone accepts the freedom of the high seas into their heart, they must be ready for the consequences of what they did. And if you are someone that lives the life of a pirate, you should be ready to defend the new life you forged for yourself. If it truly matters to you, then you should be willing to fight for it, just like you fought for the flag you used to hoist.
Well, didn't sound like it was much of a fight.
No. It was disappointing.
Still went through with it?
Yes.
I mean...
He did cry and beg for me not to touch his family, which I had no intention on.
What, that doesn't leave any bad taste in your mouth, though?
And he'll kind of, like, sip his whiskey a bit. Sorry, not the way I wish it played out, but... I'd do it again, if I had to.
Really sound like you had to. All you guys had was one unsettled score. I get it if he did really bad to you.
As he's kind of thinking on it.
No, it's not.
He
like...
did.
Oh, okay.
Well, if you want to know what happened back then, he almost mortally wounded one of my crew. And while they survived, they couldn't exactly sail with us any longer. He robbed my friend of the opportunity to see the rest of the seas with us. So I didn't exactly, as his captain, wish to let that lying down. And while it wasn't from that encounter, sadly he's not around anymore for me to tell him I finished it.
I'm gonna listen in on to him and stare him down. Yeah. Can you do like a sense motive to see if he's like given like I mean like he's trying to figure out like what's his vibe, and like if he sounds like he's just like spitting like literally a yarn, I mean, should want to know, but I mean, you know.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. He's not going full into investigation tier, but she's just curious.
How the fuck does it look like that?
Does what look like? What?
The dice roll.
Doesn't look different.
Post it. This isn't always what it looked like. This is.
Oh. That's really weird. It looks normal to me. Yeah, what the fuck? Why did it do that?
I was like going crazy being like, what the fuck? That isn't what it looked like.
Yeah, what the fuck? That's really weird. No, it looks normal to me, dude. That's odd.
Fucking roll 20 doing hidden updates?
For only some of us, rolling them out in waves.
At least patch notes, you fucks.
Yeah.
Yes. From what you gather, he seems to be completely honest with you and very frank. Like he's not trying to he's not sugarcoating anything. He's just telling you what happened. And he doesn't seem like he seems like he's not very emotional. He's not like sad or anything. He's just telling you what happened. Just kind of blissfully just having a drink. Just mostly looks like he's just enjoying another day. Mm-hmm. But you do notice, his eyes are pretty piercing. And he's not exactly, strong. He'd be strong if this was Lee pre-time skip.
Yeah.
He'd be, a tough customer. But, post-time skip, he's better than a lot of, just generic pirates, but he's not exactly, a major player or force that you'd have to deal with.
Yeah, he's just a resolute man.
Yeah, and he does give you a lot more sense of just inner strength. He's very composed.
Yeah, exactly. It's a guy did something wrong to him and he came to do it. There's a million movies like Lee respects his intensity.
And you get a sense he speaks with a lot of experience. He's probably been at the game for a very long time.
No country for old men shit. Yeah. Lee nods. I mean, you know how this looks. Pretty nasty. Sitting here, did it all.
Trust me. If I had the means to leave here now, I would. But I know more than well not to travel out in the ocean without the proper resources. And besides, it won't be very long till I'm out of these people's hair. As he looks towards the barkeep. End of the day.
End of the
His barkeep will just gruff and go back to wiping his cups. As he'll tap on the table again and he'll serve you another drink. Now, if you're satisfied, I'd love to hear about how the most famous pirates of the new generation went about doing the most famous act imaginable. I am quite the fan. You've done things in your short career I could only dream of.
He kind of pauses hearing that. It's it's interesting for her to have the compliment said like that. She'll kind of settle the glass down for a second before she drinks some. And she'll just ask one more thing though. I mean, do you not care about how this affects the whole town here. Like, don't get me wrong, if the guy did something horrific to a friend of yours, that I get being angry. Kinda looks like you ended up doing the same thing to some of the people here, right?
So just like sip his drink a bit?
Not saying you can't do it, just saying... Oh.
The thought certainly crosses my mind. It's not like I did this blind to what would happen. But, well, as a pirate, no allegiance to anyone, I can't will myself to pause from what I want to do just because it will hurt people. I raise my flag to be free from those type of constraints. So while I do understand what happens when I do actions, I don't let it stop me from doing those actions. I merely understand what could possibly happen. Down the line, maybe someone in this town seeks me for a type of revenge. I can't say I'd hold anything against them for it. But in the same vein, they can't hold me accountable for defending myself. Or they can't hold me responsible if I defend myself.
That's some pretty scary stuff, old man.
Well, people are scared of pirates.
In part because handling ourselves like that, yeah.
We can't all be as noble as to save kingdoms and princesses.
I don't gotta put it that way. I'm not trying to act like I'm better than you. I've killed people before.
Trust me. You're better than me, but not because of some, well, morality.
He seems pretty sobered up by this whole discussion, so look at him confused. Oh. I'm stronger than you?
And that's all that truly matters to a pirate. The ability to hold the strength to live out your own true ideals and freedoms. As long as you have that ability, well, no one on the seas can truly stop you. Not
Maybe.
the Yonko, not the government, not anyone.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't think strength's that simple.
And so can I chuckle a bit? Of course not. If it was, I would have lifted more weights.
Huh. Yeah. Yeah. Well. I did want to kick your ass originally, depending on how this goes, but I don't think I'm gonna give the people that.
Trust me, I don't think even me dying would bring back their mare.
Nah, exactly.
And I can tell, well, it would be having to tell them, but I can tell you, even if you're already aware. Killing someone in such a heated passion is often hollow.
Yeah.
This wasn't passionate. This was merely just what I wanted to do.
What are you gonna do now? Still sailing out there, doing stuff?
As I said, you never give up being a pirate.
What?
So, I'm gonna go back to being a pirate.
Plans, though? Anything?
Yes. I have plenty of things I'll do to keep my time and enjoy myself out there. Nothing so grandiose as I think deserves much attention, but taking treasure where I find it, following maps as I find them. Merely enjoying the freedom of my days. I long since lost my crew.
same way along here, or?
No. I wasn't so lucky as to see him die. I merely got a letter one day from his family. That sickness took him many years after he retired. Well, retired. What a funny thing for me to say. He had to stop being a pirate, but as I'm well known, I kept an eye on him to make sure no one went after him in the same way. But no matter what I did, I couldn't keep sickness at bay. The rest of my crew and myself met the gallows.
He raises an eyebrow, looking at his rope burn.
As like he'll lift
scar.
down his shirt a bit to reveal like the rope scar. I merely survived.
Are you?
Trust me, it was a long time ago now, and we weren't exactly good people.
Still your crew, though. Cared enough about him for this. She says, kind of gesturing out towards the hollow town.
Yes, and I gave them a proper send-off.
Think you'd look for another one?
No. I've already found a way to occupy the rest of my life. A certain solace. And joining another crew would be a disservice towards them. I still hoist our flag, as I always did as their captain. Showing them that even from up above, I'm still living the life we always dreamed of.
He smiles a little bit, and, you know, at the sentiment he gives them. Well, if you ever want to find some place that's a little less, frigid, stop by the Sunset Isle.
Thank you. I truly appreciate that. And maybe I will, just to make sure I hear some of the most exciting stories of the age.
Hey.
As I have a feeling if there's gonna be any shakeup in the way things work in the New World, it will come from, well, you and your friends.
Hey, damn straight. Calls to Dream Generation for nothing.
Well, I can tell you one thing. I'm rooting for you. All of you. So go wild to your heart's content and truly shake up the world.
Thanks. Oh, don't count yourself out of it yet.
And so he'll kind of give you like a smile. Never have.
Figured. So you want to hear about Ina's lobby then?
As he'll like sip his drink and nod towards you.
He'll look apologetically to the bartender and start to spin the tale about it.
Is he going to recount the tale?
Yeah. Sits here telling this guy, who she feels not indifferent to, but she feels too... It's too hard for her to, like, judge him purely on, like, her own life choices and her own decision to look at people and give them the chance to, like, not be seen as just, like, an asshole for it. Like, in her heart, she's like, yeah, I mean, like, you know, I've literally killed people in the heat of the moment. I don't look at Van the same way I look at this guy when he's, like, killed the Celestial Dragons or tried to, you know, like, hunt down people who've wronged his friends in the past. There's people like that in her head. It's like, I can't really, like, hate this guy just because I'm kind of here to see his effect. And when and just talking about his crew, it's like, Lee puts herself in the position of, like, yeah, I don't know what I would do if, like, if my crew member was, like, crippled and their life was ruined as a pirate. It's like, that's existential to her, you know? She's kind of just like, alright, I mean, I think you probably went about it the wrong way, but I'm not gonna, like, kick your ass. I don't really think that would do anything.
You did hang the mayor?
He hung him based.
Yeah, he's called the Hangman.
Well, she doesn't know.
But
Yeah.
sorry, he can introduce himself. Sorry, I'll just do this at the end.
Sure.
As he'll pay the barkeep triple for all of the drinks. As he'll stand up. Oh, this is supposed to be the time that my goods should be done. Something tells me that town people won't keep me waiting. So, thank you for the stories, Ashura.
Yeah, you think you could at least give me your name before you ghost out of town?
I'm the Hangman, August Arno.
Take her drink and raise it as a little acknowledgement.
As he will walk out of the bar. It is not a name you recognize.
Yeah.
Maybe Ivy would if she's like that autistic, but
He
it's
is a
like
nerd.
She'd have to be like very nerdy on research because like he hasn't made a headline in like 15 years since his crew died.
Hey man, Ivy probably knows. His Leo will sigh and kind of look over at the bartender. I mean, after hearing that, I hope you weren't expecting anything else.
He'll just kind of gruff a bit. Wasn't exactly expecting anyone to give us that kind of retribution. Not exactly a pirate.
Shakes her head and we'll place the drink and we'll kind of give him some berries also for like a tip. I'll just make sure he price it. But I wouldn't expect it from someone like that. And we're not gonna cause any trouble here. We gone if.
We'll just kind of give you just like a gruff snarl as you leave.
He just shakes her head. And she's like, yeah, people just don't understand. As she leaves, hitting the air, hitting her, and feeling a little more somber reflection than she expected hearing this. As she walks through the streets of the town, she really can feel the difference between herself and people who aren't pirates suddenly. A lot more existential. As she's, you know, really thinking on this hard.
Hey, you're very lucky, Jiro. You didn't see any of your crew die. Try and keep that up.
Yeah, that's what she's feeling like. She's like, yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna act self-righteous. I would fucking kill someone who did that. If someone blew Ron's leg off, I'd fucking murder them. I'd beat them to death. Yeah. That's what you do. I wouldn't go there, see he has a family, and be like, it's not worth it. I'd kill him. Maybe. I don't know. It's hard.
He didn't fully explain to Lee the fact that he waited so long on purpose, almost.
Yeah, but she's not a fucking mind reader. I could call him like, that's fucked up, dude. But... She tries to look at him, but he just looks dead inside. She's like, I can't feel angry. This guy's just, like... If I was trying to feel angry at this guy, I just feel like it's, you know... Getting mad at, like, a bear or something. Like an animal.
I just give him a smile. He seems pretty okay with himself.
Yeah. I don't know. He's like a ghost. Can you really be mad at him?
He found his light.
That shit's creepy. Lee doesn't have his bio. Listen, if he fucks with them one day, he'll understand why Lee would kill him.
It's fine.
Lee's morality has always been. I refuse to be judged.
Oh yeah, I had no expectations they were actually gonna like fucking attack him.
There's no way Lee could justifiably do that. It doesn't make sense. That'd be so out of character.
Oh yeah, I was like, there's no fucking way Lee hears him explain what he did, and it's like, no, that murder bad.
No, that's like a man's dream shouldn't be laughed at to Lee. He's like, yeah, he fucked with my crew. It's like, I don't care if the barkeep or the people here are pissed off. Like, fuck you guys. He's right. One of you is gonna kill him one day.
Yeah, it's just like, I'll leave, and if one of them wants to try and kill me, I literally understand. Yeah. I'll just kill you first. If you try. If you don't try, I'm not gonna do shit.
All this does to Lee is reaffirm that she doesn't find herself empathizing, or finds herself believing in, you know, it's right to be a pirate, but there are wrong conclusions to make being a pirate.
Saddleman comes up to you later. Dude, you get him?
Yeah. He's gone. He left, old man. He's never coming back.
Lee contemplates us looking at the giant hand fountain.
Yeah. Lee looks at it and goes, ah, yes, Grasp Island. Grasping onto grief. I get it. It's a metaphor. And grabbing bird tits. That's also a metaphor.
Speaking of birds. So?
Yeah, Lee also said, yeah, I'll be like 5 minutes. He's just gone for like an hour, probably.
Arno has left the island. You can see him just get on his boat and leave.
Good. Turns around, shoots a child, goes lol, shows his worm tongue, and leaves. His
Jolly Roger is a skull around a noose. Actually had that before they were hanged.
They were asking for it.
Yeah, they hanged all of them specifically because of like their reputation.
Like he said, they weren't good people. And Lee goes, I understand, but you still like them. So personally, I don't really understand. I understand where you're coming from.
People can hate me and try and kill me. I am a pirate.
Yeah, I agree. Exactly.
This man tried to not be a pirate. You've killed people. It's too late.
Yeah, you kind of don't get to walk back from it.
You can't raid villages and just walk it back because you feel like settling down. You can do that if you're strong enough to not give a shit, but like, if you can't defend yourself, fucking you're lucky I didn't kill everyone else.
This is Lee's ideology in practice. She agrees. You know, people should defend what they love. They shouldn't become weak enough for this to happen. She agrees.
Yeah, it's just like the mayor. As far as he's concerned, the mayor got off lucky he only killed him.
Yeah, exactly. That's why Lee was like, okay, yeah, I mean, it's fucked up, but, you know, he did, it was pretty clean. He'll be making it back eventually.
I was gonna say, do you have anything you want to immediately say here to anyone?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, we are now entering the couple of days of free time.
Perfect.
Before you get ready to set off again after collecting your supplies. I will say, session ends when you leave.
Okay.
And, I do not know if you want to invite Sami and Ringo to come along or not, you did not say. If you want them to go back to Island to, I don't know, start doing shit.
No, Lee
or if you want them to come along.
Lee will offer if they would like to continue on the trip. She'll be like, yeah,
No plague. I will ask Bird to come with me.
I know. I'm gonna ask. I'm just gonna say like, yeah, we're still on the trip. We won't be there, so if you want to set up, sure. But if you want to come along, we're seeing a couple other places.
You want to do it on like a scene?
Yeah, you think it'd be fun?
Yes, I like to talk as these characters.
Yeah, of course, exactly. Yeah.
I did make them, and a lot of lore.
Never know. Some people don't like logistics. This is probably like when they're like, I don't know, like talking about the actual process of moving onto the island or something, or...
Yes, they would explain to you. It's basically, they'd move to the island, set up like a big office, like a big like Kodai kind of building for trading. And then work with the ship company Forrest describes, and like the mayor, other people on the island that you described.
Yeah.
To basically set up like a network of like trading locations with local islands, going all the way back to Kodai.
Yeah. They just like looking at this plans they're laying out, all of this, and slowly understanding them, and being like, man, I'm so glad for this internally, as she's able to grasp them in the moment, but she knows if she like walked away for an hour and tried to recount this, she'd be like,
you see Sami like drawing or like writing all of this out, drawing like networks and like showing like very visually and logistically how this is supposed to work out.
Yeah, Lee is very impressed with her.
She'll look up at you as she's like just sitting on the kneeling on the ground, like on one of the fucking picnic blankets, and look up at you. Is there anything you don't understand?
No, I mean, it's pretty complicated altogether, but you've made it pretty easy for me to grasp. Yeah, this looks pretty good.
Thank you. And we can go over our trade goods from Kodai that we have, being most goods in Kodai, and get you anything you immediately want shipped to the island before bringing in the rest of our products.
Ah, now that's the fun stuff, Lisa's cracking her knuckles a little bit. Oh.
As you can see, Forrest and Ringo, after the conversation of logistics has been dealt with mostly, as Ringo has drawn his sword, Forrest is just pulled out his spear to test, and you see Ringo swing his ghost blade at Forrest will raise his spear, and instead of colliding, it will look like the blade will pass right through it, and touch Forrest's shoulder as Ringo will stop right before colliding with his body.
Wow, that's tricky.
How do you moved it that fast? As you saw, it's basically the blade is so light. When he's swinging, he pulls it back and thrusts it forward to look like he just passed through things.
Yeah.
It gives the illusion of a weapon that's much harder to block than it actually is.
Hell of a bodyguard.
Yes. Ringo is somewhat of a star in the current group now for his strength and, quiet demeanor.
Ah, that figures. Lee nods understandingly. That seems like you were able to hold yourself pretty decently. Those fans were cool.
I have been trained in some martial practice, but I've not been able to devote myself to, a life of it. But I do make sure to keep up with my training.
Ah, that makes sense. You got a whole company's thing to run, and you're taking it pretty seriously after all, so...
Kasumi will sip her tea. As Kasumi sips her tea, Asami will cut her off. Yes. Strength in Kodai is well respected. So no matter who you are, a certain degree of martial training is always good for the reputation.
Ah, that's what it is. So it's more of a thing you've honed to make sure you don't look, lesser compared to people or something?
Yes, I could say I could, it looks like she's looking for a dignified word, but then looks at you being thinking, I think she respects more bluntness than, dignity.
Yeah.
I could beat up any other merchant I came across.
Haha, that's cool! You beat him in the financials and physically. Damn, that's like a complete domination.
But Ringo is my new sign of strength. When it comes to clashes with other merchants, I use him to have the upper hand.
Oh man, talk about a competitive market. That's pretty cool.
As Kasumi will whisper to Lee, yes, many merchants fight with solitary warriors to decide grudges and bouts.
Oh shit! Wow, that's cool. Hey, if you ever need a double up, I could help.
She'll give you a smile, and you'll see her eyes lower a bit, seeing her large eyelashes. Thank you.
Hey, no problem.
When I give you the tour of Kodai, I'd be happy to introduce you to some fun fights.
Oh, that'd be great, thanks!
As Asami will look into your eyes. Are you a demon, Ken?
Oh, right, sorry. No, not technically. Kind of. It's, complicated. These are mainly due to my devil fruit, though. As Lee will shift into her, Vajra, one of her more human, normal-sized devil fruit forms, the ones with, the flaming accents. Ashura. Well, technically it's the Hito no Mi model Ashura.
As her eyes will kind of widen a bit.
Scary, huh?
And she'll smile. Yes, it's absolutely frightening.
Thanks, I appreciate the effort, Lee says as she sighs. I didn't expect to spook most people, especially if you're from the New World.
No, I didn't mean to offend.
You didn't. I'm just used to it.
If you were not so kind to me so far today from talking, I would be truly frightened by it. But I know you aren't trying to hurt me. I merely am glad to see that you're so frightening. It should make your assistance in those combats all the better to see you scare the other merchants into submission. Usually some of them like to complain and bitch when things don't go their way. But I doubt they could do something like that if they saw you in all your glory.
Oh yeah, I'll fix him with the mean stare, Lee says with like her fanged smile in her Ashura form.
As Ringo will smile over at you. I think we should fight for the position when the time comes.
Sounds good to me. We'll say as she shifts back.
Well, no skin off my back if, well, I do happen to not hold up, but I won't leave it lying down if that happens.
Perfect! Lisa pounded her chest a little bit. Then she'll think.
I wanted to say because I thought if you were Demon King, you'd be interested in the village hidden in the mountains.
Oh! Yeah, I totally am, though. I've been meaning to. Ma kind of talked about it a little bit also, but I heard about how many there are in Kodai, and, it's a long story, but I got a lot I want to help them out with.
Oh, I see you weren't informed of it, as she'll look at eye Kasumi a bit. Just basically just being like, step off, bitch. I see you didn't help her, good ninja.
Good.
As she'll look towards Lee. Not my father. I have established a slight relation with the Demon King in the mountains.
Oh, no shit!
They have a hidden village closed off to many other people in Kodai. Very few even know where they truly live. But I was curious. So I ventured off, happened to find them, and I started a minor trade with them, unbeknownst to my father and all.
Whoa!
It gives them supplies, and it gives me, well, interesting people that I can rely on.
Hey, that's great. I heard they had it kind of rough there, so I'm glad to know there's people like you who are willing to help them.
I shall kind of smile a bit. It's a complicated situation. The people there, many of the people think of them as monsters that lurk in the mountains and forests of Kodai. They're merely people like anyone else.
Yeah.
Though, some of them do enjoy the legends.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. They don't get much better anywhere else in the New World too, but I just knew there were a lot of them.
They're a prideful bunch.
Oh, that's good. They deserve it a bit. Oh, all this stuff will have to go into effect at some point. I'd help with the transition and making sure all the work, back at home works out well, but I am technically still on a vacation. We're going from island to island, a few dojos and stuff. It's a martial arts trip sort of idea.
She'll kind of look over, and the two samurai will just about face at her back. You needn't worry. They can handle all logistics and physical aspects of the transition.
Oh, cool.
I pay them quite well, and they're extremely responsible. As you see them kind of blush, and one of them rub the back of his helmet.
I can tell.
For this extra work, they are paid quite handsomely for it. As they look at Lee and both give thumbs up and fist bumps.
Oh, nice. Well, thanks, guys. Good. Shouldn't have any trouble. We got a real professional heading the operations there, so just look for the mayor. She'll be able to figure out what we need on our end.
So both give you a salute.
So, since we can't introduce you guys right away, you want some vacation time on our trip?
Ringo. I leave it up to you, miss. I'm okay with whatever you decide. Sure. It's what
Cool.
we were doing. It's what we were doing already. Traveling the new world. Seeing all the, well, people and the goods that we can establish. I bought these gems and jewels and rocks from the mayor's wife a few days after what happened. I paid handsomely for them given the situation.
Real nice of you. Yeah. Hopefully the rest of the places will have some interesting merchandise you can peep while we're there. Make it useful for all of us, you know?
It'd be fun. I look forward to traveling with you.
Same.
Being able to learn so much about this outside world I've had so little experience in.
Ah, man, I'll give you a grand tour. I mean, I might not know the places, but I'm like a pro at exploring islands by now.
I shall look at you and smile. I look forward to us teaching each other so many things.
Same! He smiles carelessly. The funny burn.
We found him!
What is this? Oh, god damn it. They still looking?
As Asami will look over. I wanted to test the hired help outside Kodai. See what the average fighter from the new world could offer. And I haven't been sorely impressed.
Yeah, it's,
Hey, listen, guys. You're kind of killing the mood here. As Lewin will just snicker over Gene. Yeah, he's killing the mood. Shut up. Shut up, Lewin. He's having fun.
Based. He'll kind of look over at Asami. Yeah, it's kind of a 50-50 on the if they're good or, clueless thing.
As the thug will attempt to punch Tristan, he'll adjust his glasses and just kind of smile as hold on, other people are here. As Chaz, who's eating down with Adam, is just gonna kind of like throw a rice ball in his mouth and like choke on it as he's trying to spit out to Adam. Oh, it's 4v1. That guy's fucked.
Base, Chaz.
As the thug is going to throw out a punch at Tristan, you'll see him kind of raise his hand, you'll see him raise his hand as it will look almost like the punch will go through his hand. You'll see him then grab the guy's arm before it collides with his face, grip it tightly, and lift him up with one arm. As this guy's like 15, or this guy's like 7.5 feet and like probably 300 some pounds.
Yeah.
As he will pull him in, he'll move his other hand, pull it up to the guy's face, and just like extend his fingers and just poke him in the eyes so he just falls down on the ground and writhing in pain.
Not a martial artist, my ass, Lee mutters.
I sort of smile and walk up, and as these guys throw out a flurry of blows with her on attacks, he'll just dodge them all, and it just like one of them will kick in the shins, the other one he'll kick behind the leg before just delivering a palm strike to his chin. And the other one he'll yank by the ear, just pulling to the ground before tripping him and basically sending him 360ing into the ground. As they will all just go colliding with the ground.
If he had just done this earlier, he wouldn't have run into so much trouble.
As he will turn around and give a peace sign at Jean. As this guy will pull out a gun and fire at him. As he'll just move. As he will, like, look at where it's headed, which is, like, towards Chaz, he'll just grab the bullet out of thin air. Or, like, it will pass through his hand, and then he'll just drop it out of his hand. And so just walk up and kick him in the chest a couple times to knock him out.
Guess I'd complain more, but this is a pretty good display, even if it's just to try and press Jean. Lee says as she kind of has, like, the sweat drop look.
As he'll lower his glasses and wink at her, Jean will just give like a laugh and a light clap.
Colette's gonna destroy me.
As Mary will just look towards you and nod.
Sighs of shakes her head. Fucking face. I love you, Tristan. Fucking idiot.
Oh yeah, I'm like really fucking strong, but god fuck this shit.
I hate this. Okay. Unless I'm trying to be cool, then it's based. I could pick up chicks with this?
But you're like super fucking hot.
God, you're hot. Let me do a body shot off your abs.
Oh god, she kissed me, I almost came.
I'm in love.
Literally.
Yeah, Tristan, I don't know about that one, buddy. Good luck, though. This guy peeing pussy is good pussy.
Fuck yeah. What the fuck are those wings? It's hot.
That's awesome. It's a weird costume, though.
Anything else?
I'm trying to think. I don't think I have anything else, as regretful as I am to say it, because next.
Tristan did mention like some other martial artist before under his breath.
Yeah, I didn't know if you meant like a guy that was here though, or whatever he meant with that. So I'm gonna like probably prod him more now that he's actually like talking and receptive to this sort of thing. We'll try and catch him at some point. Probably when he's around Gene, so he's more talkative.
He's usually around Gene.
Yeah, I noticed.
He's used to be extremely like talkative.
This guy, incredible. Yeah, it's just gonna make her way over at some point. Help Gene get some reprieve from him. Based.
He will give you some space.
Thanks. Alright.
Oh, hey, what's up? Lee.
Yeah. I haven't gotten into trouble besides this, huh? She looks at the fugs.
Oh, nothing I can't handle.
Yeah, I can tell. Why the hell didn't you just do this to get out of trouble before?
What? Oh, you mean like with you?
Well, I mean, you couldn't beat me, but, you know. It would have made less of a scene if you got knocked all these guys out, then ran away.
Yeah, I knocked them out, and that guy, as he points towards Ringo, starts following me closer and faster.
I guess.
I think he was only sticking away because he wanted to see what they did.
Good point. Yeah, he'd kick your ass.
Like, maybe? It'd definitely be hard, which is why I didn't try to fight either of you. Shane, unless, like, you want to.
He gives, like, a little survey glance at Ringo, and the survey glance at Tristan, and compares power levels, and is like, no, he'd destroy you. Sorry.
I guess I'm not really cut out for this.
You're insufferable. Aren't you supposed to get, like, mad about that and say, nah, I can take him?
Yeah.
God, you're hopeless.
Listen, I'm not built like you are. I don't get mad at someone just being like, ooh, I'm a big gorilla, I'm strong.
I don't take it that way. I get excited.
Hypothetical jalapeno, hypothetical.
Jalapeno shit. Lee just
you're hot. You're fiery.
Oh, thanks. Lee nods. No, you can keep going with that.
I mean, if you like it, I don't really see the point.
Yeah.
I heard you're smoking for.
Yeah. No chance for you. Sorry, bud.
Yeah, I won't even waste my time as I fear where it goes.
Don't just listen to what people say all the time. People say a lot of weird shit about me. It's not true.
I just don't want to hit on like a woman who's spoken for. It seems kind of like a waste of time, and also
yeah.
I don't know. Not really into like dealing with scorn lovers or all that. Sounds like a hell of a lot of headache.
It probably is. Good luck with Gene, I guess.
Ah, thanks.
Yeah. So, I mean, Lee kind of just sighs. All it took was just like a hot chick to get you to start doing martial arts again.
It's like touch and go, you know?
No, I don't. It seems ridiculous.
I can't really stop doing it. I've already completed my training.
I know.
I'm only not the master of the style because the old man hasn't fucking croaked yet.
Right.
So
you're a martial artist now. You'll admit it.
Maybe.
Oh my god.
Kind of a loose definition, don't you think? I've been through the training, but not with the heart. Something like that. Sorry, let me reiterate. I don't go, ooh, I'm strong.
Asshole. If you made it through all the training, that means you're a martial artist.
Sorry, I didn't read the book on that.
You don't need to read the book. If you didn't make it out the other side, you wouldn't have been.
Well, you do after you're like, what, 12? It looks like he's just yucking it up.
He's fucking steaming, basically, a little bit. This guy's fucking throwing her through the ringer now that she's not impressed with him.
Go on, hit me.
I can't yet.
Exactly. As Jim will just like give you a look, being like, just try.
He will kind of pause and sigh.
Because he's still laughing.
He will pause for a second, and then try him with a palm strike.
Successfully hit him in the face with a palm strike.
He's surprised as he, like, reels back. What?
Fuck, I was kidding!
What the fuck is your problem?
I was laughing. What the fuck?
That.
I was distracted.
You're an idiot. Oh my god.
God.
He's like, Ron, I'm so pissed off. He's
like adjusting his jaw to see if it's like everything's broken.
Come here, I'll tell you if it's broken, he says as she gestures with a hand to grab his jaw.
Alright, like a doctor?
Yeah, one of the best, she says as she grabs the top of his head and twists his jaw suddenly to relocate it.
Fuck. Yeah, glad your master was kind enough to give you free time to do literally anything else.
Didn't give me free time, I just worked hard. Here, she hands him a couple pills. Swallow those, or else the pain won't go away.
He'll just pop them in his mouth without questioning it.
Yeah, you'll be good.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what happened if I worked hard? Got more work.
Yeah, that's the point, he says, confused.
As Jean, once again on the verge of tears, just grabs her mouth in sympathy.
I feel like you guys are really ungrateful. You got some good stuff.
Hell, I didn't even really have a master.
Yeah,
so
right?
Just relaxing.
Yeah, right?
I mean, you count Fang, but I don't. Yeah, he really taught me a lot.
He's like a... He's not a teacher. He's
useful,
but he's not a teacher.
Why do you think I went like the exact opposite direction?
I figured that out pretty quickly.
Oh shit, you're like the adepts.
Yeah, I told you he was.
Right. Oh, how long were you here? I've been sitting here the whole time. Alright. You know like the formless style? Yeah, I can't teach it to you. Fuck, if I want to learn that, that's pretty hard.
It's the first time I think I've heard someone no, anyway. That's a new one.
God, it was a pain in the ass learning this. You think I want to learn anything else?
God, you're insufferable, he says, just out of disgusted. Such an idiot. Like, nothing?
No, I'm a ghost. Ooh.
Did your grandpa train you?
Apparently I'm very naturally talented.
He should have picked someone who cared.
Much to his chagrin, he couldn't have known. I played the act for a while.
Why?
I didn't know anything.
I feel like you've lost something. I think the young you got it.
I used to be like, yes, Grandpa. Okay, Grandpa. Now I'm just like, fuck you. I'm going off to have fun.
So you're like going through your rebellious.
Don't think of me as some teenager.
It's really hard not to. Aren't you?
I'm 24.
Ew, you are? Oh, I thought you were like 17.
That's my dashing good looks.
No, it's because you act like a kid.
Okay, just because I'm not so, ooh, me strong, me fight, me train, this doesn't mean I'm, like, a kid.
Where do you even get this shit from?
I
He
just
says, like, to them.
I just haven't had the experiences some other people my age have.
Yeah, you just haven't grown up yet. Got it.
I'm working on it, as he looks towards Jane.
And
she's just gonna laugh.
Jeez, man. You're...
What? Can't, like, beat around the bush? I think. I don't know, that's what the book said.
The book?
Yeah, I read, like, a magazine that said, like, how to pick up women.
Oh my god. You're an idiot.
That's been working out.
Yeah, I mean, those are for idiots.
I mean, a lot of girls have been, like, very friendly towards me. For some reason, well, I think they're cut out for it, you know? Because after we start talking, they stop wanting to hang out with me.
Dude, you're reciting things from a trashy magazine. Those aren't actually good, you know?
Listen, Homer Savant has some excellent tips.
No, he doesn't. Homer's been single for 30 years.
I love money and alcohol.
Yeah.
My only true love. I couldn't go near a woman. What the fuck would Percy do?
Yeah, Lisa looks at him and goes, I know Homer. He's not good at this.
Percy with a bat? Hey, I'm gonna fuck this up for giggles.
This is gonna be great. Yeah, Tristan, Homer's not good at advice with women, you know, right?
But he's in, like, a magazine.
Yeah, listen, I know the guy. He's good
you
at
think
reporting.
You think they can just lie and publish love guru?
Tristan, he owns the magazine.
It's like a vain thing? Like, he's just digging himself up. Man, fuck that guy.
Yeah,
I wasted so much fucking time with that shit.
Yeah, you really did. Why don't you just try to, like... Listen, that stuff doesn't really work if you try hard. You gotta just be, like, cool about it, okay? Just do what comes naturally. If you act like a freak all the time, everyone's gonna get weirded out by you.
I grew up in a dojo. Freak is my middle name.
No, I mean, like, if you act like you've got something up your ass about what you're doing, if you act normally, someone's gonna like it. It's gonna work out. You gotta be, like...
Hey,
cool.
Here's open. As he looks past you.
Yeah, like, that is... Okay, just...
Funny.
It is... Really? He looks surprised.
It's funny how hard he's trying.
Yeah, is Funny gonna get him laid?
Oh.
Wow. Okay, well, there you go, Tristan.
Sweet. Like, how soon? Okay, that's going a bit far.
Yeah, don't push it, dumbass. Okay.
Oh, where are you guys going?
Well, we're taking I'm on vacation, technically. So we're hitting up a bunch of different dojos.
Yeah, I'm not telling anyone where we're going until we're on the next stop.
Surprise.
Alright.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'll come along. I mean, it sounds like it'll be fun. He looks past you again.
God. Yeah, well, you're coming along. Suppose, like I said, be nice if you at least showed a thing or two about the ghost style. It's the only thing you know, right?
Yeah, I don't give a shit. Please, take everything you can.
Well, thank you. The only style you know, right?
Yeah.
Don't know many other martial artists, do you?
I've, like, met some,
And?
Yeah, I've met some. I mean, some of them would come by the dojo and, you know, challenge it. Grandpa would kick their ass, and that'd be that. I did run into one very shortly after I left.
Oh, yeah?
He recognized me. somehow. Said he could feel it on me.
Huh. That's a weird come on.
He beat the shit out of me.
Ah.
I didn't want to fight, but the guide can't really give you an option.
Well, yeah, it's a martial artist. When you lock eyes with another one, it's kind of inevitable.
See, this is why I fucking hate you gorillas.
We're not gorillas.
Besides Eugene.
Oh, lucky lady.
Well,
who was it?
Yeah. What?
I don't know if I know that.
Like, he looks like he's thinking. Okay, like, really, like a serious kind of down expression. Said he was challenging a bunch of martial artists. Didn't actually say much until I, like, started screaming at him to tell me what the fuck he was doing. Oh, his style is really fucking annoying.
Yeah? What is it?
God, how do I describe this? I don't know the name.
Okay.
But it, like, you can, like, do stuff, but it's not good.
What?
It feels like he limits you, in a way. Like, I could dodge, but I knew if I dodged, I'd be in, like, a bad position. So I had to kind of, like, let him come at me.
He kind of looks a bit perplexed as he's describing it. She's trying to scrunch up her face.
It's kind of like, okay, imagine, like, he's coming at you. It's like head on. So you think, you know, I can handle that. That's nothing. I'll dodge, I'll parry, I'll block, I'll attack back. As he gets towards you, you start to figure out. Your brain starts working, you know, it's ticking. And you figure out, wow, all of those options are really bad. And, like, will probably leave me open in the way he's positioning himself. So really, you kind of meet him head on. And God, does he know you have to do that? And fuck me if that's not the best, if that's not really a strength of mine.
Style. Sounds awesome, he says, smiling.
The guy's an asshole.
I want to know how to do that. That's perfect.
Of course you do. Yeah, that sounds real interesting.
Yeah. Man.
What do you look like?
Yeah,
like
come on, you gotta give us something better than this.
Like blue hair, dour eyes.
What he's thinking. Sounds like anyone you know, Lou?
Hey, Haley. He'll call Haley over.
Nah, you don't think.
I mean, the eyes kind of match.
Yeah, I guess, but...
Yeah, bro. Yeah, like blue hair, dour eyes, didn't say much, wanted to beat up a martial artist. I mean, that's pretty similar. It feels like he's locking you down with this style. Yeah, that's kind of what it felt like. It felt like I couldn't do anything besides just, like, try and hit him.
Oh, small world. We're looking for that guy to go find the rest of Haley's crew that ran off to beat the shit out of him after they lost.
Oh, the guy's an asshole. All he wants to do is just fucking fight.
What's wrong with that?
I forgot.
He tries to punch him in the stomach, like, for being a piece of shit.
Oh, God, just saw it coming.
Asshole! Ugh.
Yeah, I did get the guy's name after I was on the floor cursing at him. He said his name was Yama.
Yama, huh? Sounds vaguely Kodai.
Don't know the style. He's definitely not Kodai.
Huh, okay, so it's just a weird name then. Got it. Huh.
Yeah, trust me, people from Kodai seem a lot more, noticeable as he looks towards Asami and her massive breasts.
Yeah, we are. Says propping up hers.
As he'll look back towards you, not even glancing at them.
This offends Lee more. She tries to kick him.
He once again dodges.
Fucking piece of shit! So how long ago was this one? He beat you up?
This was like weeks ago.
Damn. Time frame's kind of lining up. Lisa's towards Haley. And where was this?
I mean... Huh?
You got beat up. Was it here? Or was you at a different place, Tristan?
I was just traveling around. You think I really pay attention?
Ah, damn it. Ah, whatever. We'll figure it out still.
I'm just enjoying the sun.
God, it's a wonder you managed to sail anywhere and live.
I'm pretty strong.
Yeah, you guys without devil fruits get it easy.
I think I eat one of those things, then it's just like into the water and...
Ah, well, they're cool.
Yeah, I guess. I mean...
You guess?
If I knew what I was eating, maybe.
Oh, you're one of those guys.
What kind of idiot just eats something without knowing it?
Feels
As
right.
Jane thinks back to Jude. Doing it literally in front of a crowd.
Lee thinks back to herself. Gets mad again. And grows two extra pairs of arms and tries to punch him with all 6 of them.
They'll pass through him.
God, I hate you.
What? Sorry about that.
Give it a week, I'll know how to do it. Lee says, confidently and agitated.
That maybe not. I wouldn't hold out too well on actually mastering this.
I don't need a master to be able to beat your ass with it, to be able to get around it.
What I do, as he like closes his eyes, still dodging random attacks, is a life of conditioning that wasn't worth it. It was torture.
It looks pretty worth it to me.
Yeah, that might be an inbuilt technique that'd be hard to copy. But I mean, definitely gonna learn how to beat it though. It seems you don't have the biggest dedication. What? Oh, fuck you! I don't have the biggest. As Lewin will disappear behind him and put a hand on his shoulder. As Lee can then hit him in the face as we fade out.
Yeah, Lee will hit him in the face and glare at Lewin as you see the small text going, "It's not impressive when you do it." As we fade out from there.
Anything else on the island?
No, I'm all good. Aurora's having a good time with Mary and everything. That's good. Chrome on the board. Yeah. Yeah! Yeah! Did it, bro.
We did do it, as you came upon the depressing island and found some fun people.
And we got the most important thing.
How do you like the session?
There, see it. Oh, great. Fucking based.
It's good to hear.
I love martial artists. They're all fucking autistic people. I really like them. It was really fun. Really like.
Do they all like women? I mean, like some of them are just locked up without any forever.
Lee pauses and goes, "Wait a minute. This is just describing me also, right?"
Like it's actually not very surprising that they're all very bad at this.
Why are martial artists so horny? Lee says, and then everyone looks at her and she's like, "Shut up! I don't count when I don't think about that. Fuck! It's just true. Damn it."
Lee's looking at her cleavage while she's explaining, like, financial plans.
Yeah. He's like, nice. Nice tits.
She just looks up at you with her bigger red eyes and long eyelashes, asking you if you saw it, and you're like, yes.
Yeah, I was listening. You also have nice tits. Huh? Oh, yeah, sorry. Ah, what a fun time. I love Trick. It's great.
Anything else to say?
No, thanks for the session, man. That was really fun.
Oh, no problem. I'm happy I could deliver a session without wanting to kill myself.
Hey, same! And if you're happy Blake didn't kill himself this week, leave a like, leave a comment, and subscribe for more New Dawn Pirate content here on the new home. And if you want anything else, if you are here, it is caught up, check out the rest of the channel for our other shows, Records of Remnant, Team Supernova, a RWBY adventure set in its own universe based mainly on the show, with some alterations from myself, obviously, the GM of said show, with some guests from the channel, obviously. The usual crew, for the most part. And if you want something a little less time-committing, pop an episode of Supernova Safari on. Get a little nice podcast experience of us reviewing and recounting some strange D&D oddities, role-playing things like that, reviewing a show, just commenting on very odd role players and their characters. Just like a humorous little take on it. Observing the weird shit on the internet out there. Having a laugh. And with that, I have to say thank you again, Blake. And thank you all for watching. We will catch you next time.
Next time.
Bye-bye.
Alright, let's... As we come back on Grasp Island, in the docks, away from our faithful crew enjoying their vacation, some boats will land at the island. These 3 warships will dock. As stepping off them will be Vice Admiral Sophie Rott, Vice Admiral Minerva Secchi, and Admiral Ashnard Cross onto Grasp Island. As the Marines file off, he'll look around. Search for him. If he was here, find out any trace of him. As the Marines will all about face and file into the town to prepare the rest of their business, as we will fade out from there.
So butt blasted. See you guys!